And hello, everybody, and welcome in Mysteries with Mr. Belgic. I hope you have spent a nice week. I'm here today with Cheryl, Altug, and Sheikh for the episode 15 of the Mystery of the Zodiac Killer. It's huge. 15 episodes. It's completely crazy. I know we will have some people uh, joining on after during the show. So we will see. I think we will have Druzer and maybe Richard. I don't know. Maybe um, maybe Ross. We will see. So we'll see. So if you have any question um, about the topic we are talking about or something out of topic, you put your question in the comment section and
Oh no. Not again.
Jerome has connection problems.
question before your question. So you put question, point, and point.
I'm going to finish that thought for Jerome. So if you have any questions, if you can go ahead and put it in chat in capitalized letters, that'll probably help the mods and Jerome to find those questions in the chat. So, yeah, and he's still frozen.
In the beginning, I thought it was my connection or something. I don't know. I think my connection froze in the beginning. I don't know.
But I think this is a repeating issue on Jerome.
I think we have. We have the first question, I think, from the audience.
We have already one. Why is Sheikh in black and white? Good question. Explain. No, Jerome.
I like to dim the lights, so it's very atmospheric here.
Yeah.
He'll connect again, I think. I think it's possibly because he's the administrator, so maybe there's a lot of bandwidth pressure in his connection or something. I always try to keep the tabs under 500 when I connect online, so nothing bad will happen.
It's funny that in Turkey. No, you are okay, but I think Jerome really has some difficulties, which surprises me because I'm in Turkey. I expect that to happen to me, like bad connection, third world, and all that stuff. But it looks safe. So maybe we can, until Jerome arrives, maybe we can. I don't know, over the weekend there were some discussions. Maybe we can try to summarize what was going on. That would also be good for me because I had to work over the weekend, so I missed a lot of the stuff. So maybe just like what you remember about what were hot topics this week. Maybe we can talk a bit about this. Or what stood out this week? Cheryl, what do you think? Maybe I give the word to you. And so was there something interesting over the last week?
Well, I do think that we have Jerome back.
Okay.
Did you want to finish?
Jerome? Yeah. Jerome. You hear us, Jerome? Yeah, he's still bad connection. I think we have to self-moderate ourselves for a while.
One of the things I thought was kind of interesting that came up over the weekend was a finding by there was an arrest for a series of rapes that occurred in the year prior to the killings, the Zodiac canonical killings. which was kind of interesting. The photo of the gentleman, if somebody in the chat can quickly refresh my memory on the man's name. What struck me with that photograph was that he had this really huge unibrow. And the funny thing is that in all of the descriptions in the rapes is that never came up in any of the descriptions. He was finally convicted for the rapes. It really what kind of made you wonder. One of the things that they said was that they actually had in Vallejo, they had not only their police officers but also their police reserves doing plainclothes surveillance in the area in the months prior to that. So there was a very heavy police presence, undercover police presence in Vallejo in the year previous that was connected to rapes and sex crimes. It did not involve murder, but the interesting thing in all of that that struck me was the fact that none of the interviews that they had did anybody describe this very heavy unibrow, which is the thing that like really popped out to me. Like, how would you not be able to describe that if you were attacked by somebody? And the descriptions were very, very different. Michael, when he went into and did a lot of the background on that, found that there was very different descriptions given by each of the victims. So I'm just kind of wondering, if this was something that they were focusing on early on in the year previously, if they're if they able to uncover something else, also possibly if it was a wrongful conviction of this gentleman, based on at least on some of them, considering the very vast differences in the descriptions. So I think that was one of the things that I thought was kind of interesting in what was found over the weekend. And I think Sheikh, I think you were in that discussion as well.
I wasn't the instrumental person that looked into it. I just followed up on the discussion. What I find most interesting is that it's part of the whole bizarre vibe being built in the specifics and the context of that whole situation. Actually, some information that I would like to discuss and share with you guys tonight has to do about the overall financial and otherwise pieces of data that we could connect to the overall, let's say, data set of what comprises the mystery of the Lake Herman Road murder. Actually, I was planning, if possible, to share this slide later, maybe when Jerome is back online. My first questions would be that the two most important still pending issues about Lake Herman Road is the 10th ballistic, the 10th casing. So for 55 years confirmed 10 bullets are not exactly confirmed. There are at least 2 unaccounted. And so you have a discrepancy of 8 bullets, 9 casings, 10 bullets accounted at the report. So one is that. And this, of course, is very much tied to the timeline of the events. I know that Richard and Craig have time and time again provided us with what seems to be the most precise, for the moment, timeline. And of course, this would have to do with the actual movement of the killer, alone or with accomplice, that remains to be seen, at that night, because you have raccoon hunters, you have people living from the ranch, you have the pipeline contractors. I mean, it's a cold night. Usually in winter, you don't have a lot of traffic. And then that night, the only thing you don't have is, aliens from the skies. I mean, you have everyone and everything, even a white impala allegedly involved in some stalking incident, or maybe not. We can't even be sure of that. About Mr. Crow's testimony. So you have this whole ambience of back and forth, people driving up and down in that very small section of an otherwise desert place. And so this creates a very problematic context, maybe even more so than if it was your usual deserted road in some December. And even though we have testimonies and scrutinized over the years files and reports, it is still not quite sure who did what that night. My point was to provide a broader context about the pipeline company, the Fredriksson, actually the Fredriks of Novato, that took on the contract from the city of Benicia. And then adding to that, you have the PG&E, the company for which Thomas Faraday, the father of Dave Faraday, was working for, that took on the complementary contract about the power line that would circulate the original Lake Herman Dam and would follow probably the route of the Lake Herman Road and provide the essential power to the Humble Oil refinery. So you have water and power. You have water assigned to the Fredriksson company. Yours contractors were working for them. The Bank of Novato was involved in the greater picture of that company. That bank is related to another issue and another part of the Zodiac case. And then, of course, you have the power supply, the line, the landlines of the power voltage system that PG took on the contract. And this was all courtesy of the city of Benicia. At this point, we have to say that there was another contract concerning a redesign of the original water and pumping station. Now, after the collapse of the Benicia Water Company, which was the original company responsible for the contract to Hermann Schessler that built the dam at Lake Herman, also involved in the overall system, let's say, concerning the Blue Rock Springs, the Sulphur Springs. After the collapse of the Benicia Water and Company, you have the Pacific Utilities Commission of California taking on essentially by brute force the Lake Herman facilities that were formerly belonging to the Benicia Water Company. Now, a few months before the murder, the city of Benicia, the Benicia City Council, reassumes the control of the facilities of the former Benicia Water Company. So the focus has to be at both the Vallejo and the Benicia City Council. Now, the Benicia City Council was comprised of people who understood and went on a record. I have the newspaper pieces to share with you if possible. They went on a record to name explicitly the project of the Humble Oil Refinery and Yuba Industries as the two key players in an area formerly comprised by the Benicia Arsenal. The Benicia Arsenal, where Werner Marion Jensen, the father of Betty Lou Jensen, was the executive officer, essentially a few steps under Commander Wells, had closed in 1963. So there were a lot of articles and there was a lot of public discussion in Benicia about how this would endanger the already fragile economy of Benicia. And so the Humble Oil Project and the contribution of Yuba manufacturing and later on Yuba Industries to the economy of the area were paramount in order to be able to sustain the economy of the area. We have to say at this point that the vice president of Yuba Industries is Michael Conway, the uncle of Paul Lee Stein, and the person who identifies the body without actually signing on the death certificate, because he could. Because this guy is not only the vice president of Yuba Industries, this is the guy who was the national director of the Navy League, along with Mr. Charles Gould, at the time publisher of the San Francisco Examiner. And of course, this is only the tip of the iceberg on information that I would be very happy to discuss with you concerning the more explicit and specific connection of Gould to the Hurst family, to the DeYoung family, and to the Gibson family. Senator Luther Gibson, publisher at the time of the Vallejo Times Herald, actually the man responsible for creating the VTH from the unison of Vallejo Times and the Herald, was the guy who pushed as early as 1948 for the construction of the Monticello Dam, which is explicitly included in the two contracts provided by the Benicia City Council to PG&E and also to the Fredericks of Novato company for the redesign of the water pumping station and the overall context of the Hamburg refinery project. So he pushed for the Monticello Dam. He was instrumental for the, let's say, the behind-the-scenes discussions and front of house discussions about these contracts that were actually pushed by the Benicia City Council. And in another matter, he's the guy who founded the Californian Medical Facility, where the weird, maybe possible origin of the source of that 3-day ad about I want to help you, Betty Lou, essentially Janet White at the time. She was employed for the California Medical Facility. So you have this guy who is into all these different institutions and chambers. He's not only a senator, he was very instrumental in the local economy. He was in 1939 the founder of the Solano, County Water Board Council. So the element of water represented at the county level by this council, it was the brainchild of Luther Gibson, and also Fred Sassler at the Vallejo Chamber of Commerce, and a few other people at the Benicia, also Chamber of Commerce, were heavily influenced and in cooperation with Senator Luther Gibson. Now, he knew personally, there are an abundance of newspaper articles, both Mike Conway and Colonel Wells, who was the direct supervisor of Vernon Jensen. In at least 2 occasions, Lieutenant Colonel, or maybe he was still major at the time, Jensen, Senator Gibson and Colonel Wells are at the same events. They attend the same events. There is another separate event with Mike Conway, and there is also a very interesting personal invitation of Robert William Majot, the father of Mike Majot, to attend the Vallejo Chamber of Commerce along with another person who appears to be cooperating with Thomas Pradell in the Vallejo Sailing Club. So you have this hub of interconnections, both financial and social, in a context which was social military, but also included the, let's say, overall leisure activities of these people, which is, I think, not only impossible to overlook, but should be presented as such.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Drew.
Hey, Shake, could you repeat that? I arrived late.
Hello. Yeah, all of it. You want me also to move the hands, or just the summary? The summary, I think, is that you have a bunch of people who coordinated everything and everyone else. But since you give me the opportunity, I forgot to say 2 things about Yuba Industries. One is that the Benicia Martinez Bridge was their project as well. And also Mike Conway was very extrovert in his public promotional tour about the significance of this bridge to the local economy. And 2, Mike Conway, during his vice presidency at Yuba, introduced a new, allegedly, mining extracting method, because Yuba also was into mining. And this is a parameter. This is the Zodiac semiotics include mining very much so. So I shut up for now. For now.
Okay. I'm sorry, guy. I have, again, a lot of problem with my connection. I don't know what's going on. I was pissed off against my provider. I phoned all the week, and they told me, no, there is no problem. Don't worry. Don't worry. Yeah, okay. So, hello, Meg. Hello, Diane. Hello, Warwick. Hello, Goria Train. Hello, Archangel Michael. Hi to that Bad Stereo. Hi to Snell Peace. Hi, everybody. So, Agent Scully. Hi, Ray Smulder. Ray Smulder. So, yeah, Jake, I have heard what you say. It was really, really fascinating. At all the time, it's always fascinating to hear what you have to say, because you gave new details and new information, and that's really, really great. And I see this week, Drew, that there were a lot of debate and talking on Discord about a lot of different subjects. Is there a subject you want to talk about, or you want to respond to check first? Or
yeah, I mean, I'd like to talk about Lake Herman Road. I don't know anything about anything that's come up on Discord that needs to be discussed, but maybe someone else knows better.
no, that's okay. We can talk about Lake Herman Road. That's great.
Yeah, the thing was that we tried to self-moderate ourselves, Druzer, for a while because of Jérôme's bad connection. So I just asked, therefore, what people found significant as a significant development in the last week. So, so basically, this Lake Herman Road topic, I think, came up in that way. But maybe I can repeat this question, and if anyone else thinks this was very significant discussion this week, so maybe we can pick up a few more topics and then just go after the one we feel like going. So as you wish, but I'm literally moderating right now, so I leave that to Jérôme.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Not stealing his role.
No, thank you very much for that.
So,
thank you very much for that.
Yeah, so maybe Druzer has something he feels should be was important. Yeah, what did you feel was important this week in the discussions, or anything related to what we are trying to do here?
Well, I wouldn't want to undermine any developments that may have occurred this week. Nothing is popping into my head at present.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, okay.
Jerome, do you want me to go ahead and answer that question that just popped up on the screen?
Yeah.
My first impressions after reading the Zodiac letters, I mean, I remember the Zodiac case from going way back, and I followed true crime, but truthfully, back in the, growing up in the 80s and the 90s, it really wasn't something that I was terribly interested in. In the 90s, really everything was, and even truthfully now, it's all focused on Arthur Lee Allen in the more mass media. And they kind of sell it as, yeah, this is who it is, and it's just that they couldn't catch him. And then once you really start looking at it and uncovering it, it's like nothing is as it's portrayed in the media, which is pretty much is par for the course for most of the cases that are in true crime. How the when they're producing stories for television, it's usually they like a beginning, middle, end, and they're doing it for an effect. They're not necessarily trying to give you correct information in doing that. They're telling a story. So very rarely are you able to get all of the information just seeing that. So truthfully, the first time that I really started looking into it was when the David Fincher film came out in 2008. And then when I went and watched the 2007 documentary with the interviews on there, This is a Zodiac. When you were listening to the interviews, you could tell that it wasn't something that it was portrayed as. It was something completely different, even after the movie. And so that kind of interested me. And then around the 2011, 2013 timeframe, I was spending a lot of time in the Northern California area. Spent some time in Napa, went past when we were going back home. We were going past the Lake Berryessa area, and we went by there. And, going through there and going through Vallejo, you realize just how rural of an area it is. Vallejo is a much larger city now, But down where these murders were happening, it is extremely rural, mountainous area. And it really, in the mass media, you see it more as like a San Francisco crime. And I don't think that even in the Fincher movie, it really was portrayed of how, they made mention of it, in certain things like, oh, they're just these farm kids out there, but how it's filmed, it really does make it seem like it's more of an urban, or at least a suburban type of an area. And it just made me think, if it is somebody out here in the middle of rural America, because I grew up in a rural area. In fact, my father was driving in my mother's car, and the police officer, the chief of police, stopped him because it wasn't the person that matched the car. So when you're in a rural area, police are pretty much, they know who's supposed to be around there and who's not supposed to be around there. So for this crime to take place, it had to have been, there's another element to this. And then when you really start digging and you start reading the letters, when I read the letters, my first impression was that this was a complete ruse. The letters were a way to throw things off. I really didn't feel that there was mental illness to the point that would have caused this, that in some way that these letters were meant to throw people off the trail. Looking at it, I think it might be a little bit more complex, where it might be, obviously, anybody who is committing serial murder, they have something wrong with them as far as their mental health. But when we're talking about the idea of a madman doing this, that does not have the ability to follow through with his thoughts and his feelings, and really it completely unsure of where they're going with their actions, is not really true either. So those were my first impressions after reading the letters, was that this is just somebody who is trying to use this to throw the police off the trail. And I think it definitely is, because there are things in there that we know that are not true, that when you're looking at it further, that it was one way or the other, it was meant to do that. So those are my first impressions of those.
The only issue I have with that is that they wouldn't have known who was committing the crimes, or that they were committed by the same person until he told them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I mean, I guess one aspect that I tend to go away from some of the crowd with is that I don't think he was from Vallejo, because he seemed so comfortable being there, which sounds like a contradiction. But he spent so much time in Vallejo, he didn't seem to be worried about being identified. He didn't seem terribly worried about leaving a survivor. But as always, we may never know.
Yeah, definitely. I do. There is something to be said about that. But I also, like, when you think about it, how many times, like, for example, right now I'm with my parents right now in Ohio, but they have some idea who I am, so I wouldn't be sticking out, I guess. But at the same time, I have an awareness of the area. It might be a situation where he lived there at one time, because this is just not the kind of, that area is really more you're driving from one place to the other than Lake Berryessa. Obviously that's where you're going to go if you're going fishing or going camping or things like that. But that little strip between Blue Rock Springs and Lake Herman Road, really is, it's more of a going from one place to the other. And there had to be some degree of familiarity of the area, because I do think that there is some awareness of where the police were. I mean, even if it was an initial staking out of the area. And the real question to me was, he really focused, even though, he after he moved to San Francisco with Paul Stein, he really did initially focus on the Vallejo PD. And, Vallejo PD were having a lot of internal issues during that time, with the strike that happened in mid-July. There were some other corruption scandals that came up that were obviously going on during that time period. So Vallejo was having its own problems, but one way or the other, he chose that area to commit those crimes. So whether he chose it because he wasn't from that area or there had to have been some degree of surveillance of the area before he committed the crimes. Even when you're hearing about the reports for the Lake Herman Road murders, there were reports of, cars going through there, a car going through there and, chasing off kids who were at that turnout. So, was that Zodiac at that point, or, was this just a coincidence? Somebody else was driving through there and chasing people off. But there is some indication that he did know where the police were. I mean, when you think about it, there's only a 5-minute time gap at Lake Herman Road where the police had left from that drug bust at the cottage. And when somebody else came through, when you look at Blue Rock Springs, Hoffman came through and checked the area. You had Villarreal there from Solano Sheriff's Department doing surveillance of the area, and had been pulled away from a call. Was that just coincidence? That's pretty darn lucky. It's pretty darn lucky if he didn't know that those police were there. And both Villarreal and Hoffman were plain clothes. So I have a feeling he was watching these areas, knowing what the police behavior was. And especially when you're looking at the letters. In the letters, I mean, it really is focusing on the police, essentially calling them chumps. So, part of this, we talked about the whole drama of it. I think part of it too is him using that drama to show how smart he is and how powerful he is, and his awareness of what's going on with the police, and that he's able to outsmart them. So I think that there was some degree of watching the area that would require him to, even if he didn't live there, he had some kind of a connection to it. There had to have been some kind of a connection there.
I think that if Hoffman had a radio in his unmarked unit, I'm not sure he did. If he did, then I think it's certainly worth considering that Zodiac also had a radio.
Right. Well, and also when I was going through and I was looking at some of the court documents for the Hells Angels and the Sonny Berger part of it, because the Vallejo was one area where the Hells Angels were able to pay off some of the cops that were in Vallejo. And the Hells Angels had, radios and knew all of their call signs, and, they had ins within the police department. So, it's no doubt. I mean, truthfully, I have people in my family who are police officers who, just in the family, they have, well, now we have it on our phones where you can just, pull it up and listen to the police scanner and hear where they're going. During that time period, I would think that you would need the codes somehow to know exactly, what the calls were about. So, But once again, you need to be within range of that scanner.
I'd like to touch on something else that you mentioned. The location that's most mysterious to me, and what makes me really interested in Shake's research on Benicia, is Lake Herman Road. Middle of winter, freezing weather. The man should have had no expectation that he could find a courting couple out there, unless he had somehow contacted the victims and meet me here for some reason. But after that, all of the locations make some sense to me. I think he went back to Vallejo so that they would be able to draw a connection, so that he could gain momentum to undergo this terror campaign, or whatever you want to call it. But it's an excellent point about knowing where the police station was. I think it's probably pretty clear that he intended to commit a crime on the 4th of July, when everyone would be out in these locations again, after the police and the press had urged people to stay away from such locations at night.
Well, and it's also interesting that he chose the exact time of change of shift. So Rusk said that they got off at midnight. So most of the people who were out there who were on patrol were heading back to the police station to finish up for the night. And it's a holiday. People are going to want to get out of there when there's a holiday. So
I think there are maybe a few things that can be added here. For example, in terms of geographical awareness, I find it interesting that he knows where the lovers' lanes are. It's not simply that he drives along Lake Herman Road or Columbus Parkway, but he probably also knows where his type of victims are hanging out. And that could be his knowledge, and when combined with what he knows from his police scanner, or we may assume that he had some sort of that kind of a device. So I think this it makes me lean towards more of a local guy who knows where he's going hunting. And I want to add something to what Druzer said. When you look at it, yes, it was a cold night, etc. But it was the first day after the semester ended, and all students were waiting for that. So it was maybe a time where you can expect some couples wanting to hang out, because it was the first day of the holidays. And when as students we all anticipated that weekend where school closes and where we can have a party, etc. So there is also some sort of awareness about how his victims behave, so he kind of knows where he can find these people, and where he can be sure to find the kind of guys that trigger him into this into this killing action, because 4th of July is also very similar to that. People hanging out here or there. When you look at the police reports, you see a lot of people actually driving around in this area, maybe not at the same time, but several couples have stopped at Lake Herman Road. Several couples or people have stopped at the Blue Rock Springs. So it's not like there's no traffic at all, and part of the traffic is actually the kind of people that triggered him let's say, or that he specifically liked as his victims. And knowing all this, I think tells me that he had some time, or he spent some time in the area long enough to know how his his group of victims, let's say, that he knew where they would be, where they could find them. So that's how I see it. I also want to talk for a brief moment about what my impression about the letters was when I saw them for the first time. And to me, it felt like, there's this guy who chimes in and says, wait, yeah. I tell you what this whole thing is. Yani, you talked about this for months and months and you didn't quite nail it. You said this about me, you said that about me, and now I'm speaking and I'm clarifying this thing. I take back control. I tell you I'm the guy who did this, and I prove that I'm that person by giving you details about the crime scene, and then he even comes in so strong that he, also sends these ciphers, So it's like, 1 second, guys. Let me take this thing into hands, because you guys don't seem to grasp what this is about, how these things connect to each other. So let me clue you in, and it's a bit of a personal interference, I think, in regard to something that he felt did not really evolve or develop in the way he thought it would. Maybe he thought that people would try to speak more about why this has been done, why these murders happened. But generally, when you look at what's in the newspapers, they say things like, "Yeah, we don't know. It's maybe it's jealousy, maybe it's that, maybe it's this." No one really can come up with a motive for months. And at some point, I think in a interview in March, at the end of March, which was published in the Bio paper, they basically say it's a maniac who kills for no reason. And so I think maybe this was something that kind of disappointed him. They say a lot about that he's impotent, is he gay, blah blah blah. Okay, so, and I think for him this is like maybe he even thinks, why are these guys so stupid? I mean, do they not see what I'm trying to do, why I'm doing this, etc.? And then he comes with this cipher which explains, okay, I'm doing this because I'm collecting slaves for the afterlife. He tries to give himself a name or an image, by saying, okay, look, I'm the guy who killed these blah, blah, blah. Then in the follow-up letter, this is the Zodiac speaking. So it sounds like he's trying to put an end to this confusion that comes from the newspapers. He wants to say, okay, look, I'm this and they are these, and this is what I'm doing. Have a story, have a clearer story about myself. Don't leave it also vague. But okay, then he wants to gain presence. So sorry. Yeah, please, Cheryl.
Well, I just was going to say it is kind of interesting that that why didn't he then actually clarify it? You know, he does so much writing, but why doesn't he ever just say what he wants and what he means? Because that's I spend so much time just playing around.
He probably but probably he cannot say too much. You know, he can say he can say enough to you know, wrap things up and you know, get some sort of a profile put forward, you know. But if he goes too much into details of that profile, maybe it risks that he reveals too much. So that it's my interpretation. I don't know, but so he probably has to act within some limits while he tries to give a face to himself, a name to himself, and so it's probably a lot of calculation involved on his side to, you know, while creating this persona, making sure that it does not reveal too much about who is in reality, and then that's also a problem for us because we always find us in a situation where we think, okay, this is true, this is a ruse. So it puts us in a situation where we never can be really 100% sure. But behaviorally, I think I feel that he's geographically very aware of the area. He knows where his victims hang out. He knows how they behave on certain dates or on what are, you know, yearly milestones in their calendar, let's say. So, but there is also other things that, of course, we could add into the mix and which would make things more complicated. So, for example, okay, December 20, it means last day of the semester. We're entering the winter break. It's Christmas, but what else is important for him about December 20? Does that date have an importance for him? Some say, okay, it was the night where the Apollo mission was happening, so he had something. This is something about the moon mission. Some say other things. So we can only speculate at that point, you know, unfortunately.
The winter solstice, I suppose.
Yeah, maybe that, you know, because Zodiac, and then you have these calendar dates which overlap or may have significance in themselves. But to me, it's you know, my impression again when I looked at the dates of the letters or the dates of the murders more than the letters. The first two, you know, they happened on basically on the two most important identity defining dates, maybe when you think of it in terms of American culture or American identity, because you talk about Christmas and you talk about Patriots Day. So I think these are probably the most important 2 days. Christmas and 4th of July are probably the most important dates on the American calendar. So that you strike on these 2 days, that has always been something interesting for me. I mean, Lake Berryessa and Stein is a different thing, but these 2 dates in your first 2 murders, that has always been interesting to me, you know. So as if there is a statement in these acts, you know, you basically spoil the 2 days that your fellow citizens are looking forward to, and so, what's missing here is maybe that he should have striked on Thanksgiving or something like that, and we would have all the three important dates.
Well, he did strike on Canadian Thanksgiving. I don't know if that's a clue or not.
He's Canadian. No, I'm joking, but so yeah, and I often felt in the letters that there's also something theatrical about it, some sort of extreme role playing. Like, is he really, collecting slaves for the afterlife, or is it more like some sort of a narrative story, a theatrical play a role, that he pulls through and pretends to be. It sounds a bit like a very silly lie, to say that. I don't know. It's a bit like when you come up with very silly stories when you want to impress a girl or a boy, you say these kind of things, like I'm this, I'm that. And so I felt a bit of, role playing there rather than real, as if he's making fun with us, I'm collecting slaves for the afterlives. So are you serious? That was one of the things. But then, if that's the message you find in the cipher he gets you to solve, and even though 50 years later we find out that in the second cipher he repeats this slavery topic, then apparently it also means something to him. But it's very puzzling because you can't really place it somewhere. Which brings me actually to the points that Cheryl talked about last week, that schizoid, something there that seems very strange to us, that we probably don't understand. But then I think we have to understand it. We have to treat it like a normal discourse in order to make sense with it. And that's another challenge that I saw in these letters, like, what is this? What is this guy trying to say here? It has to be taken serious. And like that. So anyway, I want to give this input.
I think you nailed it with the March 30th, 1969 article. They proposed that he was a lunatic, a killer, madman with motive, and I think he just went with it.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry I talked too much.
No, they're all good points.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me a minute.
Well, and I also think that choosing July 4th with all the fireworks, it also, since it was early on, the fireworks would cover the sound of gunshots. So there's an advantage to doing it that day.
Or so he may have thought. Yeah.
Or so he thought. Yeah.
It's interesting that the ear witness at the.
It's interesting to note, since you guys are from the US, can I make you a question? Do you know the precise time of the fireworks? Is it a given? Is it a very specific time of the fireworks?
Well, no. I mean, they're usually in any given area. There will be some kind of a community firework display. But usually there's fireworks going off all the time in the United States. Usually it will happen after sundown, which is usually going to be like after 9 o'clock. But there's fireworks going off all night long. As long as it's dark. And even during the day you have like firecrackers, which are smaller. But the true fireworks that would kind of sound more like gunshots would be anytime after 9, going till 2-3 in the morning. sometimes.
The point would be that it is, although communities usually set off their fireworks after dark so they can be seen, and because kids like to see them and kids aren't supposed to be up too late, but clearly residents will very commonly set off their own fireworks, so that if anyone hears a gunshot, they may think it's just someone setting off fireworks. The ear witness was able to tell the difference, but I think it's a worthy thought.
It's interesting because Darlene's sister was the runner for the 4th of July parade in Vallejo. There was a young lady that she was picked up to be the main runner for the parade, and there were like one or two substitutes, like up runners, and Darlene's sister was one of them. If you notice, the Swennen family had a lot of headlines from the previous weekend, where Leo Swennen was awarded in Petaluma for, in the context of his high school reunion for his many children. And then Tuesday, 3 days before the murder, you have Darlene's sister being picked up as an up runner for the parade. And then 1 day before the murder, you have the newspaper article for the Leo Swennen high school reunion in Petaluma. In the same paper, Argus, I think was the name of the newspaper, you have a sport piece about Ed Salina, of the Novato letter alleged communication. So it's very interesting how you have a lot of newspaper pieces, including Darlene's sister, about the 4th of July parade. Can I just add quickly two things, and then I give the microphone back to you, my dear Druzer. One is that what you said earlier about the police, the radio systems at the time were analog, which means that with the proper equipment and the knowledge of the frequency that you could just, scan across the spectrum until you find it, you could hear loud and clear. Of course, static would be pending on your location, but the usual modulation scheme was amplitude modulation single sideband. This was the same modulation used also for FDM's phone landline systems, and also modulation used also for the Mount Diablo Meridian. So someone with the bare minimum and access to analog AM radio could actually hear loud and clear the police. And that would go for all the public safety uniformed entities, including the fire departments. So if we put that into the discussion as well, you have someone who, with minimum equipment and a bit of knowledge, a background, he can listen to both the police and the fire department. That's one. And second is, if you notice the Lake Berryessa Road, even though technically the murder was a few minutes into the 5th of July, the killer references July 4th. Of course, it can be the fine argument presented by dear Altug. My opinion is somehow different at this point, taking into consideration that both December 20 and July 4th were obscure Catholic feasts connecting to the Iberic Peninsula, the kingdoms of Spain, and the De Leon dynasty, which has been referenced for those of us who study the case from a genealogy perspective. If you take into consideration that maybe September 27th, the St. Vincent de Paul, was not random, since the thrift shop was also referenced regarding to the Dan Barbelli communication. If you look in the Catholic aspect of December 20 and July 4th, you have two very obscure Catholic feasts, both connected to the monarch of Spain. And it's a separate chapter as to what this means from the genealogy perspective. It is interesting, but it's also something that one could hypothesize in terms of providing a cohesive explanation for all murder dates. October 11th was the feast of the Virgin Mary, but it is interesting to note that on October 11th, 1962, there was a major event in the Vatican, where the Pope, John Paul II, a very large assembly, which was the high point of the then active Pope. The then active Pope died one day before the Domingos Eduard's murder, June 3, 1963. And in 2014, of course, many decades later, he was canonized as a saint by the then leadership of the Vatican, with his feast day being October 11th. This, I would say, would allude to the significance for the Catholics of the October 11, 1962. And that's only one of the layers that one could assume about the dates, because October 11th, 1968 was also the public obituary of Stein's stepfather. So maybe you can have multi-layer reasonings as part of a multi-layered, let's say, a building of madness and correlation built in the mind of the killer. Now, since we mentioned Discord earlier, there's a bit of discussion in Discord about whether it was in Ireland, for those who are interested into the hypothesis of Richard
I'm sorry,
being the killer. If
you
we
cut out
approach
there,
this
buddy.
discussion from another...
You cut out there a bit. Maybe go back about 20 seconds.
Yes. I was cut, disconnected. What I was trying to say is that there was a discussion about Gajkowski in Discord about whether he was in Ireland during the period of the murders. My interest into this is more about why there was interest in Ireland, because it was the beginning, October 68, 5 October 68, was or Londonderry, depends if we are speaking from which perspective. And this led to later events into 1969 that led to the development of the British Army. So you have the 13 holes letter, like on the alignment 2 years later of the October 5th events. And then, of course, in 69, you also have a few days later the alleged good citizen communication. So whether or not this is or is not relevant remains to be seen. But I seem to be having this hypothesis about this Catholic feast semantic being one of the layers that could provide a unified explanation for these dates. Maybe, or maybe it is like a multi-layer approach where deep historical, front-end historical, and then contemporary provide like a 3 or 4 story building of connections that could assume in the killer's mind maybe some sort of, divine existence. I don't know. Cheryl is the expert, not me, but...
Regarding dates and the idea of the relevance of Catholicism, do you think it's relevant that he doesn't say December 20th? He doesn't say the winter solstice. He says Christmas. He just generalizes the 20th to Christmas time. Mm-hmm. And also, when he does his zodiac symbol, he's always careful to make it a plus. It never comes out as a cross. Do you think either of those are relevant?
Can you say the last?
I think they could be relevant, and I think that if...
Please continue.
Druzer, that would be you, I think. Okay.
Sorry, I'll just repeat for Altug. I was saying when Zodiac does his circle and cross, it's never a cross. It's always a plus. The bottom end is never longer than the others. I just thought that was interesting because he draws it so many times.
Mm. But there are a lot of crosses are like a plus sign, so it could also refer to a particular region or affection, like because it looks a lot like a Celtic wheel cross. I mean, it's basically like a Celtic wheel cross, and so, for example, there are some white supremacist groups who especially use that like Celtic in reference to some sort of Celtic or European reference, whereas the regular cross that we know, it would maybe bring into mind more Latino, maybe descent. It would be more Southern European, I think. Whereas a real cross, I think it signals more like a Northern European thing. If you ask me, so it may be that could be one reason of the choice, like pointing out more, let's say, a white background rather than a Southern European one. So it could be meaningful also.
Sheikh, do you happen to know what religion the Westcotts and the Conways were?
The Conways were for sure part of the Ulster Scot Protestants. This is another major point that I would like to make, that there seems to be a clustering of the victims, including victims from, let's call it from other cases of interest, that all point, I had mentioned in the past the royal ancestry, but it seems that this was only partially, it was part of the canon, but it was only part of it because it seems that these families are clustered as being also part of the royal New Englanders that also had branches directly migrating or in parallel concerning these families that were pushed and used by the British monarch for the plantation of Ulster and for other plantations during the suppression of the rebellion of the Irish people and their Gaelic leaders in the 17th century. It happened in waves. By the way, Robert Emmet, part of the Robert Emmet, the hippie solution, Robert Emmet was a revolutionary that was murdered and executed by the English as part of a latter day, much more botched and amateur rebellion, but nonetheless part of that canon. Actually, interestingly, his statue in the Golden Gate Park was erected and presented in 1919 in a ceremony attended by the first president of the Irish Free State, Leon de Valera, and it is right next to the museum Dehan, of the Dehan family of the SF Chronicle, which is the Museum of the Fine Arts. I mean, it's only a few feet, the statue from the building. And since I mentioned this family, the Hurst, the Fraser, and the Gibson families are all part of the Ulster Scot Protestant families. Actually, they were in the same boat, the Earl of Hillborough, and they migrated to the States together. They are genealogically linked. This would include the family of Senator Gibson and the lineage of Adolf Gibson, who, by the way, is a nephew of the young publisher of the SF Chronicle. His mother was sister to the publisher and founder of the SF Chronicle. You have the SF Chronicle, the Examiner, and the Vallejo Times Herald, with three families connected by genealogy and mining into the Nevada and Montana mining businesses. So this is another part, and thank you, Cheryl, for giving me the chance to refresh my mind and bring it to the discussion. Now, whether the killer could be Catholic or a stray, maybe illegitimate, unrecognized child of someone of these families exacting vengeance, usurping Catholicism, the royal fantasy of Lord Coco, or anything else. Of course, this is up to wild speculation from this point, but I seem to make this distinction between these outliers of Catholicism and the clustering of the victims' families as New Englanders of royal ancestry and also connected to the plantations of Ulster. Now, why or who or when Robert Emmet, part also of that Irish rebellious law, or may not be of actual link to the case, of course I can't say. But as you can understand, it fits the discussion. It can be part of that discussion.
Thank you. I really do appreciate all the in-depth knowledge that you have. Even if all of it's not connected, I think that it really is helpful to have a lot more of the personal connections and understanding them more as individuals. So appreciate it.
Absolutely. It's the work that needs to be done. The victims are glossed over so often because of the not certified theory that the victims were random. A lot of people just stick with suspects and case evidence. All of this is really great to go through. Hi, Zephyr.
Hi, everybody, and hi, Druzer. Just joined here today because I'm trying every week. I'm going to try to talk to you specifically to Druzer. Maybe I could change your mind on something a bit. Okay, because I remember you said that if you always sit around and just say, okay, everything is possible in the case, everything. Okay, so it is not going to move a bit, right? Okay, so we have to, at some point, we have to agree on some things. Okay, let's say we have to create a profile, and we all agree, okay, because we have, let's say, for example, we have 20 or 100 suspects. Okay, so we have to make a profile, and those suspects have to fit that profile. If they don't, we can eliminate them. Because if you don't do that, we're always stuck in the same place. We're not going to move the case a bit, at least around the suspects that we have. Do you agree with that?
Well, we're never going to agree on a profile, and if we did, it would still be subject to things we don't know.
No, of course, but I'm going to give you some things. Maybe you agree. Okay.
Okay.
The first thing would be the name and the logo. Okay, and I talked to you about this last week. Okay, let's say, for example, I'm just going to give you an example. If I wanted to kill somebody, and I just wanted to give myself a name and send letters to editors, okay, and I have to come up with a name. Okay, I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to name myself Rex. Okay, now I'm going to need a logo. I'm going to create a logo. Okay, and I just make a logo, Rex, and a logo, and send the letters. And then I realized, okay, there was a watch already with its exact same name and the exact same logo. So what are the odds? Again, if we always sit around, okay, it's possible that it was from the watch, but of course it's possible that it was from somewhere else. Okay? But if you say that, we are never going to move. So I just wanted to say that, do you agree with me that that name is 90% or even maybe higher than that is from the watch?
No.
Why not? Just give me some reasons. So
because Zodiac was a popular term at the time.
Okay. How about the popular term? You mean the word?
Yeah, and the concept of astrology. It was in the paper all the time.
How about the logo then?
It's hard to say. I think that he meant it to be an intimidating logo, and he presented it without the name, and it was interpreted as a gun sight, which I think is accurate. I think he was threatening people with it.
So what are the percentages? Say maybe 50% from the watch, 50% for somewhere else, or even it's not even related to the watch. What do you think?
I certainly wouldn't discount it.
No, just give me a number. Just roughly. I just want to know where you are.
43%.
Okay, so less than 50%. Okay, at least that's
I would say less than 50% certainty that it had anything to do with the watch.
Okay. How about the Zodiac being stocky?
Yeah, it was referenced in every sighting.
Exactly, because everybody because about the weight and about the height, obviously sketchy. We don't know that the exact thing, but everybody, I think, if I'm not, just correct me if I'm wrong. Everybody that saw Zodiac, they say that he was a stocky, right?
We don't have the exact phrasing of the most key witnesses, which were the Robins. Certainly, they all collectively agreed on heavy set, and
So
yeah, possibly
you agree with that?
That he was stocky?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, very good. So we gotta eliminate the suspects that are not stocky then.
Well, I mean, for me, it's always about finding out the possible from the probable. I don't believe that he was wearing a disguise in San Francisco. But yeah,
because obviously he wasn't a disguise. It was just a pair of glasses, and that's it. It wasn't specific.
There's not a lot of room for disguise.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe he was wearing a wig at some point. That could count as a disguise, right? But he wasn't. He was just a normal guy with some pair of
If he was bald, maybe he was wearing a wig at every scene for some reason. Sure, we can't discount that.
Of course, again, if you always say it's possible, we're not going to move. So I just wanted to say that.
Yes, but it's
probably
worse. It's worse to say something is certain when we know it's not.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I'm just saying that let's assume these are most probably. He was most probably not wearing a wig, right?
Correct.
Okay, very good. He was most probably stocky.
Correct.
Okay. Now about the military. And do you agree with me that because if you believe that those footprints were from the Zodiac, if you agree with that,
I do.
You believe that. So
yes.
Then he has to be in the military at that point, or had a friend or a family member that was in the military.
No, because they could be purchased anywhere.
As far as I know, those the boots were not sold to general public. I think they were only sold to the members.
They were sold in like thrift stores. Anyone could have purchased them.
Okay, I did not. I thought that maybe only the members could purchase them. So you're saying everybody could purchase those ones?
Anyone could purchase them.
Okay, so that's out of the thing. Now about the mathematics. Go ahead. You were saying.
You could also get them from flea markets, I think, secondhand. It happens with guns, actually. So I just wanted to keep that option open, maybe.
Like
maybe
with the military, half the population were in the military. He could have been former military. He could have been active military because they didn't have the kind of guidelines about haircuts at that time. And he could have just been someone who was rejected from the military based on psychological or physical reasons or whatever.
You keep your in the United States. You keep your uniform when you leave service, and they also have what are called Army Navy surplus stores where you can buy surplus from the Army Navy. So. I mean, those would be available in a lot of different ways to people.
Yeah, because I remember in the movie said that it was only for the members of the military. I think it was something like that.
Movies are movies.
It was not accurate because I thought the movie was accurate at that point. But that's fine.
Fincher was far from an expert, and the things he was an expert on, he wasn't necessarily strict about because he wasn't trying to be accurate to the investigation. It was more accurate to the essence of crazy Robert Graysmith, in my opinion.
How about the mathematics?
I see no evidence of mathematical skill.
What do you mean no evidence? He was clearly talking about radians, right?
That doesn't make someone an expert in mathematics.
No, I'm not saying expert. Okay, but at least knowledgeable. He
knew of the concept.
Yeah.
I think it's important to bear in mind that the press was not particularly kind to Zodiac or he wasn't regarded as this criminal mastermind, especially by the civilians that cracked his first cipher. He was described as unintelligent, and I think he may have, and then this is also after the Dunbar show caller who, for some, made Zodiac seem even more foolish. I think when he gave the almost impossible 340 cipher and the silly bomb threats and diagrams, I think he was trying to make himself seem impressive and more threatening.
Yeah, but the thing is, there's something that the media said, but there's something that we actually know. So you and I know, or everybody I think know, that he wasn't dumb. He wasn't like Jack Smith, like a sixth grader that was talking about that the radiance, or he was, because the cipher that the second one, the long one, 340, I think it was the second one, right? Yeah, okay. That one, it took him 50 years to crack. Not even the FBI couldn't do that. I don't know, CIA couldn't do that. Nobody could do it after 50 years. So he's not a dumb guy, right?
That's not a great way to look at it. Anyone can create a cipher that no one in the world can solve.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but the guy never left a fingerprint. He never left an evidence. He was talking about radiance. He killed 5 people, got away with it. He designed a cipher that couldn't be cracked after 50 years. So it probably wasn't dumb. He had some knowledge of.
I think he was an intelligent guy, and I think that's.
I'm not saying he was genius. All right.
Yeah, there's nothing to suggest he was a genius or unintelligent.
Yeah, exactly.
I just don't. I could make a cipher that no expert could solve. It doesn't mean I'm particularly clever.
Maybe now, after, because you're talking about 1969 or 1970, right? It was 50, 60 years ago. Now,
at any time. He took certain measures, it would seem, to make his ciphers more difficult. When he has spelling mistakes and encoding mistakes, he could have had a dictionary. He could have done an early draft to ensure that he didn't make any mistakes. When he did make a mistake, he just kept on going. I think these are tactics to make things a little more difficult. And when his first one was solved so quickly, I think he went a little overboard trying to make it difficult by changing directions and making even more enciphering errors. But I don't think it takes a cipher genius to understand letter frequency and how to disguise them, and going backwards and diagonal. I think a layman could figure that out.
But even though he was talking about radians, you still don't believe that he was.
I see no evidence that he knew how to use radians. He may have. It seems like it's probably not a coincidence that radian can be drawn from Mount Diablo, from his Blue Rock Springs crime, to the Paul Stein scene, off by a degree or two,
I'm
which
not
is
even
totally
going to
acceptable.
I'm not going to even say that he was absolutely the what was his name? Gareth Ben theory is absolutely correct. I'm not going to even say that. But the fact that he was talking about radians, it means that this guy knows what radian is, or he has some background, or his job is related to it.
Well, he would have known. He would have known about radians just by knowing ciphers. I had posted on the Discord about the crypto sculpture at the CIA, and I don't know that much about ciphers, but two of the things that I thought was really interesting in that video, when they're kind of going over the crypto sculpture in regards to ciphers, is that one, quite often radians and compasses are used within ciphers. The second thing was the importance of using misspellings in ciphers, because it makes it certain slight differentiations in the ciphering, in the spellings will actually make it more effective, because ideally, in a cipher, you want it to be encoded on one end and only read by the person that is on the other end. So both of those things are, if he had basic knowledge of ciphering, which, when you kind of go back to that time period, I kind of joked one time that, I think that the Zodiac Killer is Ralphie from the movie The Christmas Story. And it might not be a good reference for people who are outside of the United States, but this is a movie that they show every year, 24 hours a day. And like, he was, during that time period that Zodiac would have been a child, he's all about, taking his little orphan Annie decoder ring and deciphering his message. And there's just a lot of different references in this, that like in the Red Ryder BB gun that he gets, it's like, okay, this is definitely Zodiac's childhood. So just by knowing ciphers, I mean, the radio part of it, he would know that.
Yeah, and that one also, you agree that the misspelling, it was intentional, right?
I would think so.
Because he was saying kid with CID. There's no way that he was just, he didn't know, right? That's okay, very good. I just want to say that, so Druzer, you agreed with me that he was, at least the evidence shows that he was not a dumb guy, right? He was maybe,
I think that's fair, yeah.
College or university background. That's I believe that.
Well, I think he was careful not to give us any evidence of post-secondary education.
Okay.
I certainly wouldn't rule it out, but there's really nothing in there that says he did.
Okay. And also about the where he lived, he was living, you agree with me that he was living around the area of the killing, or had some ties, at least.
I don't. I couldn't speculate about ties to an area. I think he lived in the Bay Area, but yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if he traveled a bit. I think the only benchmark we really have is like Herman Road. He was on that road for some reason, whether he was going somewhere at that late hour, we can't know. Whether he lived around there, I don't know. I wish we knew to a certainty that he had the flashlight on his gun as he claimed, because that to me would suggest that he was planning on murdering someone that night and was more prepared than otherwise we might believe.
You are correct. What I'm saying, that let's say a guy was living in Utah at that point. Why the hell would he be killing people in that specific area? Because the killing sites were close, not that close. I'm not saying 2 minutes, but they were close, right? So there's a reason that the killing were happening around that area.
Yeah, I mean, if he lived in San Francisco, maybe he wanted to go out into the country and kill someone where the police department would have a slower response time, less experience to deal with it. If he was local, maybe he wanted to commit a crime locally so that he could read about it in his local paper. I don't know.
But you agree with me that he was familiar, at least, with the killing, because you're not going to drive from San Francisco to Lake Berryessa, just a random place, and then start wearing the hood and then go just...
I think because the unusual thing about the Zodiac case is he's obviously contacting the police and telling them what he did and where he did it. So a lot of the usual thoughts behind geographical profiling should probably be thrown out. I think the only one that really has relevance is Lake Herman Road, because after that he's consciously starting a media campaign. So I think he's clearly putting markers out in the Bay Area for them to check. Whether he was a local resident in the Vallejo area, or he was a commuter to the Vallejo area. We know that he was commuting to at least 2 of his crimes.
Well, so you're saying he could be living anywhere then?
Yep. Except
Okay, so
Pomona.
Okay, right. No, the thing that you're saying, I understand. No, but the thing again, if you always said, okay, everything is possible, so we were never gonna move even an inch, right?
I moved. I put a few things down for my own personal foundations of theory, but I don't do so without first stating that the police reports don't say that he was right-handed, even though it seems like he was. It's possible that he was driving some distances. I mean, we all have to make decisions if we're going to build our own theories. For the longest time, I thought that the Zodiac was choosing random targets, and I still sort of lean that way. But now I've heard all kinds of interesting information on connections between the victims, and I gotta say that I don't know.
What kind of connection?
Shake?
Well, I'm sure that our dear Sepper can watch parts of the previous discussion, and you can judge for yourself, of course. But I think I'm starting to make an even more solid case that you can ignore contracts, employments, and what Hawthorne said, that families are always rising and falling in America. So this kind of genealogy meets business brings these 3 papers together. I just went on earlier to explain the genealogical and business connections of the 3 families behind these 3 newspapers that the Zodiac chose to contact: the Gibson family, the Young family, and the Hurst family. What I would like to add as to push forward the discussion as relating to the victims is that Ellen Gould, the founder of the Adventist Church, is related directly to Charles Gould of the San Francisco Examiner, and Cecilia Shepard shares a common also a relative. So the Pacific Angwin College, for example, was the most important project of the Adventist Church. This was not your typical, they are a messianic, apocalyptical branch of the, let's say, Christian church or whatever. But what was the most distinctive feature of that particular church, let's call it that, is that west of the Mississippi, the Pacific Angwin College was their biggest pet project. And this was a project that had construction, it had environmental aspects, and of course it had a very big contribution and connection to the Nursing State Association and the Nursing Educational Association. Registered nurses are a big part of the Zodiac lore. Many victims identify as nurses, and especially in the non-canon part of the victims. So you have a college which is very much focusing on education, on religious science education, and also interest in construction projects. 68 was when they inaugurated their own church in the campus. And if you read the obituary of Cecilia Shepard, her father, Hilliard Shepard, was very big with all the faculty of both, the Pacific Angwin College, but also the Glendale background. In Glendale, from 43 to 49, you have the Shepard, Hartnell, Eller, Walker. These are the 4 families which comprise the parents of the 2 Lake Berryessa victims, living merely feet off each other, being with the center being the Adventist Church on Vallejo Street, of all names and all places. Okay, so you have a big campus in Glendale, which becomes the Adventist Hospital. Actually, Hilliard Shepard studied under a very famous doctor employed for the Adventist organization. And then you have, of all families, the Mageau family. The Mageau family resides into this very narrow area of Glendale. And actually, you can see that the marriage of the Major parents was a few months after the marriage of one of the two victims of Lake Berryessa. So the Adventist Church, genealogy and geography aside, had very much invested into a very specific branch of education and nursing. Teachers and nurses were murdered or threatened in the non-canon part of the Zodiac lore. So is it something that we need to look into? The people behind the Pacific College had their eyes on the Monticello Dam. They were pushing for construction decades before Senator Gibson actually began after World War II with a very big piece in the Vallejo Times Herald to make a public call for the construction of the Monticello Dam. In that article, I will be happy to give you the specifics. Unfortunately, due to our dear Jerome being in on and off, I cannot upload on my own the PowerPoint. He made the mention explicitly to the big three: Travis, Mare Island, and Benicia Arsenal. Benicia Arsenal is connection to Faraday. Travis Air Force Base is where, apologies. Benicia Arsenal is where Werner Jensen used to work. Travis Air Force Base is where Nina Jean Faraday used to work, and Mare Island is where Leo Swenen used to work. And if you ask, how about the fourth victim of the two Vallejo murders, then you have Robert William Major, who was a U.S. Navy gunner. He was tied to the Naval Reserve Training Center in Vallejo. From a previous article about the respective naval training center in San Diego, you have the U.S. Navy being very interested in locating and associating former gunners with those naval reserve training centers. Interestingly, in his World War II Army service, Robert Major was both in San Diego and in Treasure Island. In Treasure Island, he coexisted with Thomas Faraday, who at the time was employed for Pan Am Airlines in Treasure Island. Leo Swenen, Faraday, and Major coexist in the receiving station, let's say, of San Francisco briefly after the war. And what is more interesting is that Colonel Albert Wells, commander of the Benicia Arsenal and the mentor of Major Jensen, he was instrumental into helping Werner Jensen bringing in some innovative, for the time, programming techniques at the Benicia Arsenal. There are, of course, the public articles. He was also at the receiving station in San Francisco. And he was in the same master role with the cousin of Major from his Quebec origin, Harold Oscar Major. So you bring that all together and then you say, okay, so maybe these are not just some unconnected people. Now, for the sake of reference, allow me, please, and I will close the microphone to answer two questions that I saw in the chat. One question was about the Wells Fargo December 3 alleged Zodiac note. The founder of Wells Fargo, the co-founder, Henry Wells, is directly related to Commander Albert Wells of the Benicia Arsenal. Does an obsessive, compulsive predator may take that into consideration? Let's leave that as a question out in the open. Second question was about Donna Lass working at the Letterman Hospital in the Presidio, mere minutes from the Stein murder scene. Letterman Hospital, and others, was a center of an episode featuring a near desertion execution of a soldier 1 year before the murder of Stein, October 11, 1968, and was also a small contained rebellion into the Presidio barracks into this desertion. Is this something to be considered? I would assume to the positive, because I think that Donna Lass is part of the Z canon, but regardless of my hypothesis, I would like to also bring that piece of information into the discussion. And yes, one might say that if the Wells Fargo is original, then you have Zodiac not only extorting a state senator, the publisher of the Vallejo Times Herald, but you actually have Zodiac extorting as such before Lake Herman Road. which would lead, of course, to the mysterious question, why, if he chose to leave a note as Zodiac, he would leave the Lake Herman Road murder unsigned, let's say, for 6 more months. This is another part of the mystery. And if Zodiac, by any chance, was Zodius, one can make the research into it, then things get more out of control, because we know for a fact that the person who committed that murder was part of a criminal group. He was not one person. And a possible inspiration and source for the name Zodius William Embry, was both a relative of the deceased Robinson family and also a relative of the Wells family. If you open the door to the next level of hypothesis that someone has gone predatory to the point of tracing the associations of the families, and the very factual correlation of these 3 newspapers by the Zodiac may very well suggest that this is the case, that he looks into the business and family background, then if you push through that open actually door, in my opinion at least, then you can find an even higher web of interconnections, which is disproportionately smaller than the huge piece of data that you have to investigate in order to make that correlation visible. It's what I've said from the other time. The more you study, you have huge data, but it's even smaller by proportion. This very narrow web of business and family. And that also leads, my dear friends, the way to the motive. Because if this is someone with a huge grudge about this web, left out either as an illegitimate outcast child of those web-connected families, or as an opponent, a member of an opponent family, then you have motive.
You've spoken earlier that
Just a thought.
You've spoken earlier that perhaps your suspect wished for his relatives to see what was behind this design. Do you still feel that way?
Maybe if he feels vindicative towards his real family, I would assume that he would die for someone to make that assumption and that connection. I mean, if he has chosen these 3 newspapers because of mining, construction, land riches, and genealogy, he would scream on top of his lungs, I would assume, if that could be out in the open, because he might feel that this would expose the scandalous, treacherous conduct of business for these families. I'm not sure, because we discussed the Z340. Okay, I'm not sure if he wanted that to be in the huge, in the immediate future, or in after a huge wave of time. But I think since he had that narcissist God syndrome, he might want that messianic, latter day. How can I say, closure? I don't know. It's difficult. It's very difficult to try to assimilate a predator killer, a psychotic madman's mind, but we can somehow try to make a construct of how he would view that sort of vengeance. For me, the key word is vengeance.
Yeah.
I agree with the vengeance keyword. I think some sort of vengeance is going on, because at the outset, okay, he targets couples, etc., but the letters, they are written to representatives of the establishment, basically. I mean, you see the media directly being used, newspapers. You see, back and forth with law enforcement. At some point, a lawyer who, really is symbolic of how out of hand actually law has went, is getting addressed. So I think there is some sort of he's very, I would say, full of hate against the establishment also, which sometimes makes me think this could be the reason why the 20th of December and the 4th of July have been chosen, as some sort of a statement that he feels that this system is fake, something like that. And when I look to the things that Sheikh tells us about, all these corporations, community leaders, politicians, etc., rich people involved in transforming the environment, basically, like making artificial lakes and all that stuff. So I think maybe there is some sense of all these guys are owing this. They basically are the system, and they change our lives as they wish, and they take over or destroy what belongs to us, the people, let's say. And maybe thinking that newspapers are just spreading the lies that make people accept these things. And so basically this is a guy who maybe is really upset with the fact that people celebrate or identify with a system that basically takes the commons away from them, like the land, the trees, the forests, etc., etc. And so I was, for example, wondering, like, when this lake in Berryessa was created, when this lake in Lake Herman was created, who were the regular citizens that lost something because of that? I don't know which families maybe lost land, which families lost their houses, which families had to give up something. And that does not necessarily mean something physical. Sometimes you can have emotional connections to places, and they are taken away from you. It happens a lot everywhere, actually. When I remember the earthquake in 1999 in Turkey, people lost basically the spaces that they grew up in, where they what was their childhood memories or what meant something in their lives, which shaped how they feel about life and the world, etc. And I think this could also be some sort of a person who has lost something because of authorities, something that is, irreplaceable for him. When the thing is gone, the memories attached to it are gone, which maybe makes this person also overly sensitive towards, I don't know, nature, certain areas. I think about the struggle that was given in the late 60s, in 69, 70, about, creating a protected area at Mount Diablo, for example. And so sometimes I think that whoever this person was somehow involved with that, involved in activities that were basically some sort of environmental protests, let's make Mount Diablo a national park. And at the same time, we see, okay, a cart comes from Lake Tahoe, but it's the same issue going on there, people, the establishment people, want to develop the area around Lake Tahoe, and then there are people there who try to find against this. So some sort of vengeance, as Sheikh says, but maybe also a more personal thing that is involved here. I sense this a lot in the way he picks the dates, how he has this brawl basically with authorities or people that represent the establishment, and so that's what I find interesting. I mean, can you tell us something about Sheikh? Who were the regular people who lost something when Lake Berryessa or Lake Herman were created? What type of families could we speak about, or what kind of a social class could we speak about?
I can tell you directly about Lake Herman, because the big losers were those involved in the dairy business, and that identifies with the vast majority of the people that comprised the ranches in the area. It's interesting because the majority of that community identify as well to the Catholic community of Vallejo. It's a statistic that I have to bring forth to you. And there were many protests out in the open about the accident after the construction of and the functioning of the Lake Herman Dam for about maybe 20 years or something, until the collapse of the Benicia Water Company under pressure after the Hastings Mine incident/accident. And when the Benicia City Council regained the position of controlling the facilities of the Benicia water pumping station and the overall Lake Herman water facilities in '62, there was a city councilman, Ross Blanchard, that name is also of importance, that stated that they wanted to move on with the exploitation of the then soon to close Benicia Arsenal. And there was a lot of heat, and many people from those areas, from those ranches, from those types of businesses, they protested against what they feared would be a repetition of the mistakes of industrialization of the past. And there were assurances given, but there are many newspaper clippings that bring forth a public dialogue with a lot of heated debate involving a very famous, at the time, lawyer who was connected to the Benicia Chamber of Commerce. We have to remember that Senator was very instrumental in both chambers of commerce, and that not only the Boers family, but any other families in the area were part of the once famous Vallejo dairy business. One of them was also Irish originating, Dan Foley. Actually, it was the father, Big Dan, and the son, Little Dan. I don't know the big and the little, what are the implications here, but Dan Foley, back in the area, has been named after Dan Foley. So for Lake Herman, it's way more specific and focused, as in opposition for the Lake Berryessa, that it was a more, how can I say, universal accident of the whole city being sweeping off the face of the earth. So at the time, Senator Gibson said that the Monticello Dam would be, in the long term, productive more for the southern part, Solano County, than for Napa County. This is a paradox, and it could be a reason for the killer choosing Lake Berryessa, because this person, this senator, this politics of water business directly connect Lake Berryessa to the Lake Herman and Benicia area, and the makings of the developments, let's say, concerning that whole endeavor of water. And I would like to reference Soze at this point because she made an analysis of the Zodiac letters that bring forward the Hetzihetz Dam, which was another PG&E project, which was also considered to be the most significant defeat of John Muir, the founder of the Sierra Club. And also, I would like to point out that Soze referenced and found information that Spring Valley had their offices opposite the St. Francis Hotel in the north corner of Mason and Geary. Herman Schessler worked for them and actually went overboard to sign the contract with the Benicia Water Company. And since I'm at it, and I mentioned Donalas, you would remember that the Lake Spalding Dam in the area where the skull was found was also another PG&E project with the engineer John Ripley Freeman. This was another endeavor by the PG&E with a lot of controversy. And whether or not Donalas was a Zodiac victim, whether or not the skull was deliberately placed there, it remains, of course, a part of public debate. But one should also take into consideration how this is another aspect of the whole PG&E controversy and environmental debate while implicating John Muir of Sierra. So expand the discussion, and at the same time, we can narrow it down even further to specific types of businesses. Now, in terms of finance, we would call them the petit bourgeois. You know, the dairy business is not exactly high-end capitalism, but at the same time, it connects very importantly to the small type capitalism and the remnants of feudalist agricultural society. These were people who had dairy business and also were raising stock, and they had a lot of farmer contests where they used to go and promote their breed. The Borges family was very famous for that, and Silveira Borges, the husband of Stella Borges and also father of Stella Borges, who married Oliver Medeiros, this was a very big family. Actually, the beginnings of this specific person of this family, it was in another area in San Luis Obispo, and actually could be literally connected to the family of Domingos. This is another thing that I'm trying to point out.
Can I just add something before you continue? When you said the dairy, I had to think of this one cow image with the symbol used in the the UF symbol, because I think there is an image like that of a cow that has that symbol, and some people, said, "Wow, okay, maybe this has to do, maybe this is an inspiration for the Zodiac." So I just wanted to say that. And I have another question. Like, I don't know if you have looked into that, but how would these kind of projects change the demographics of the area? Like, would it cause more people to move into the area? Would it cause a higher level of urbanization? Would it kind of transform rural areas, untouched rural areas, idyllic rural areas? Would it transform them into like more commercial or residential areas? Would it cause a lot of people to migrate into the area? So basically, would it change the texture? Let's say the texture, the social texture. Would it change a lot? So much actually that some people would actually get mad at it. All these strangers are coming here and they're destroying our environment, and they bring in these big city culture, and they're destroying our social fabric. I said texture, I meant fabric probably. So what can you say about that, Sheikh? Do you have any knowledge about it? How it changed, how these investments, how they changed the demographics in the area to a degree where some people
Well,
could really.
for sure,
Mhm.
yes, for sure, that was the
Yeah.
narrative. In his open
Mm.
letter, through his paper, Senator Gibson said that if we don't proceed with the Monticello Dam, then Travis, Mare Island, Benicia, they are compromised. So, regardless of the actual economics and demographics, which is a very good question, and I'm trying slowly to write it down because this is pure research in the sense that you need the statistics, you need the sources and stuff like that. What I can say now is that one, that was certainly the narrative. It was a narrative of danger that if we don't go forth with the Monticello Dam, these big three will be destroyed. Actually, in a later article, one of Gibson's people talked about the Big Five, which is the three military installations, Yuba Industries of Mike Conway, and the California Solano County Highway Patrol. That's a very interesting detail as well. So this was a narrative of danger that if we don't move forward with that, we're doomed. At the same time, you have the city of Vallejo literally blowing out of proportion in the post-war years. I mean, you can see the demographics and the census where the exponential growth of population is a reality. Now, these four families reflected just that, with the exception of the Latourette family, Faraday's mother. These were families not connected to the city of Vallejo. They were not Vallejoians in the strict sense of the word, but because Nina Jean Latourette, later Nina Jean Faraday, also grew up in Oakland and other places, I think that the consensus is that these were outsiders. Now, to what extent this contradiction between local ranches, farmers against these dams, against these projects, Hastings mine accident, to what extent this narrative being hostile or skeptical or critical of the outsiders, the industrialization, the big facility, Humble Oil Refinery, to what extent this was an actual reality that the killer identified or he just stepped in, of course we cannot answer, but this is a reality. So I would say the narrative of
it could be an aspect. So I have a final question, if I can.
Yes,
so please. Let's say I have land, I have a farm where they do this lake berry assessing, or I have something in Monticello, and let's say they come with this project and I want to resist, let's say. How was it possible at the time that, and would the law function or cooperate with the system in such a way that they take away my land anyway? And is it, could the way this land is taken away from certain people make them feel like the system betrayed them? Law was not on their side. Law betrayed them. They did.
I think that legislation. Yeah. And you have Senator Gibson was a force of nature. The man was a force of nature. He could have newspapers, chambers of commerce, legislation, everything into pushing this colossal project. I think that no one could just, be like, okay, I'll keep my house.
I don't do it. Okay. So you're basically betrayed by the politicians, the lawmakers, etc. They take away this thing for you in the name of progress, And if you dare to object, if you dare to object, the justice system probably backs up the lawmakers. So you have to accept what they give you. Probably they give you some compensation to leave the
Yeah.
place, etc. But when you're someone who finds like nothing can compensate what we have here, uh, there is no money in the world that could actually um, uh, this is worth more than money, and so you could have actually a group of people or some people
Yeah.
really mad and disgruntled at the whole establishment, from politicians to businessmen to I don't know, landscape designers, people in the municipality, because they basically would just look to you like one group of what's the right word here to say, like they just steal the thing from you and it's legal. and, and
In the United States, it's called
Yeah.
eminent domain. So in the United States, if there is a project that they want to go through and it is found to be for the public good, the government is supposed to pay whoever owns the land fair market value. But honestly, fair market value is whatever they are going to pay you for that. And Sheikh, have you looked at the entire town of Monticello is underneath Lake Berryessa. So have you looked at so far? I mean, obviously you've got the pipelines. It might be a little bit the pipelines down there, but I would think like Lake Berryessa, have you looked at who was still in that town and like who were the major landowners in Monticello when it was put underwater?
It's work in progress. It's work in progress because there was older land-state conflicts. There was also murder in the area, including one of the Berryessas. And so it's a troubled history. And with Michael was instrumental in trying to share with us older deeds and try to make a timeline of how it all went down from the historical aspect when Berryessa family and Vallejo were still alive. And actually, Vallejo was briefly the capital of California. And then moving on to the post-war years of the actual destruction of the city. It's a separate research on its own, and it has to be done. And the thing is that you try to find the weird occurrences, but in a wider context, you would have to look also for the normal pipeline of events, deeds, and real estates. Also, in conjunction with St. Helena, which was the closest urban center to the Pacific Algonquin College, because there's a lot of interesting back and forth going on World War I era concerning the completion of the Pacific College and the environmental and construction impact into the broader area, moving eastwards to St. Helena and that whole part of Napa County. At this point, I would like to ask an apology from all the people at the panel, from our audience. I would very much like to ask that you can excuse me so I can leave the discussion at this point. I had recently, as you know, some events that I need to attend to and handle the overall, ambience. And so if I have your permission, please forgive me to say good night. I'm sorry to leave this beautiful discussion. I hope I haven't taken up time from my other esteemed panelists and from my dear host, Jerome. I will make sure to watch tomorrow the rest of the episode, and we'll be here again to continue our discussion. With your permission, I hope you understand, it's been some difficult days for me. So thank you very much, and to the audience, and good night from me. Thank you.
With pleasure.
Thank you for sharing.
Thanks, Shay.
Good luck with everything.
Thanks
talk to you
for
soon.
all the explanations. Have a great night, my friend.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Sorry, I'm really sorry. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Yes, we
Can
can
hear
hear
you.
you.
Yeah,
Finally.
Yeah, I have a lot of issue with my connection. I don't know what's going on. I can reconnect myself on the studio on my computer. So now I am on my phone, but it's not practical. But you guys saved my life because without you, I will
You're doing
be
fine.
really in a big big shit. So thank you very much. You can continue the conversation, and I
Can I,
will try to
can I jump in?
find
Okay. The things that Sheikh was saying.
what's going on.
Oh, okay.
And but for now, thank you very much to continue the discussion without me.
Okay.
And go ahead, continue.
Okay, I'll say. So the things that Sheikh
Thank you
was
very much.
saying, it reminded me of the movie, the scene that Graysmith was talking to the detective, Tosky, and he wanted to talk to him about the Rick Marshall. And then Tosky told him, okay, Rick Marshalls of this world are going to suck you in. There are blind alleys. Okay. So these things, if I agree that these are interesting, okay, but if you go down that road, you're going to get lost in the woods. Because I remember that Mike Morf said something that I agree with him. He said that if you're looking for something in the letters, in the case, if you try very, very hard, you will eventually find it. And I agree with them. Okay. Because I was at years ago, I think it was 10 years ago, I actually believe that Gareth Penn was Zodiac. Okay. And I got to a point that I was trying to lie to myself that, yeah, it has to be him. I was just looking for something in the letters to convince myself that Penn was the Zodiac. Okay. So these things, because the things that he mentioned, just I don't see it. Obviously, again, it's possible, like everything else. But if you always sit around and say it's possible, again, you're not gonna go anywhere. We're just sitting here. So I don't think that's because if that's the thing that's true, the thing that Sheikh just said, why was he wearing that hood or the costume? Why would he do that? It's obviously, to me, it's obvious. The costume shows that it was just a game to the guy. He was in a role. He was just all about himself and the game that he was creating, and the letters and the piece of that shirt and everything, and the ciphers. This is clearly, to me, this is clearly a game to him. So I don't think that road is
I'm
something
not.
that.
I'm not sure I see the correlation between the mask and the potential motive. Could you elaborate on that?
Not only the mask, on the whole costume thing. So let me ask you this: why did he wear the costume at that point?
I think there's surely more than one reason. There's several practical reasons, and I think some egomaniac reasons. I think if I say it so many times that it sort of sickens me to repeat it. if he was killed that day, he would probably want his legacy known.
No, I'm gonna tell you why. Because so why did he only wear that at that day then? Because he
It was
could be
daylight.
killed. Yeah, but he could be killed at the Stein crime scene. So
Fair enough.
Okay, and also about the costume, he wasn't only because, as the guy Brian Hartnell said, it was homemade. It wasn't something that he purchased. So he actually spent some time on it.
Brian can't know that, but I think that's probably it's probably true. I don't think he found certainly nothing with the logo embroidered on it
Yeah,
at a
exactly.
costume shop.
Yeah, exactly. And that was the thing. And also about the Donna Lass thing, I just wanted to mention to everybody that think that Donna Lass could be Zodiac or even Gaviota Beach or even Ray Davis. Just go to YouTube and then tonight, later on, search unsolved mysteries in the 60s or 50s or 70s. You're gonna find not only hundreds but thousands of these cases of killings. Because Mike Morf said that at some point, although I disagree with him with his suspect, but at some point he said that at that point there were a lot of bad people that were doing a lot of bad things to people. So the thing that we only think that it was only a couple of killers at that point, so Zodiac killed all of them. No, I don't think so. So Donna Lass, there is not a single evidence that shows that it was Zodiac, or even Sherri Bates. I don't think so because there's no evidence. Maybe he wrote the confession letter. Maybe I'm not even sure about that one. The poem obviously is not even related to the case. Why would it be?
None of this stuff is obvious. Nothing that you're saying is obvious. I think
why
that
not?
I think okay.
No, I'm just saying why not?
Trying to say.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
I too don't believe that he killed all of the people he claimed, the numbers he claimed. I think the two that are worthy of inquiry is the Sherri Jo Bates one and the Donna Lass one because he mentioned them. The other ones I think are interesting for several reasons, but without the full police reports, our data isn't exactly solid. So we can go through them if you like, but I think with the Sherri Jo Bates one, it depends on whether the confession letter was indeed written by the killer, as the police believe, and as I'm probably 70% believe. If the killer of Sherri Jo Bates did write that letter and send it in multiple copies to the police and the newspapers, then that is pretty much a unique killer signature. And I don't think that should be dismissed easily out of hand. That said, I'm not convinced that Zodiac was responsible for it, but I think it's surely worthy of looking into.
I see. So you're saying that 70% that Zodiac wrote you're talking about the handwritten letters, not the
No, the typed confession. If the killer of Sherri Jo Bates wrote it, then he shares a signature with the Zodiac, which seems to be, for all intents purposes, unique.
I see. So that's what I think, because I also believe that if Zodiac has had anything with the case of Sherri, that would be the confession letter. I don't think Zodiac actually committed that murder. Maybe he wrote because everything in the letter, correct me if I'm wrong, everything in the letter was already in the newspapers, right? He didn't give anything new to the.
That's not quite correct. It's a little bit interpretive, but the autopsy suggests that the kick to the head actually did occur. Just about everything else they mentioned had been in the newspaper, but it's interesting that there was misinformation or possibly disinformation in the early press of the murder. While the pulling of the distributor coil was mentioned specifically, and the confession letter author may have just reiterated that, what he did not do was say that he ripped out the whole distributor, as was also put in the newspaper. So he was either lucky or he actually knew the proper method of disabling.
Fair enough. But before I leave, the last thing that I just wanted to ask you would be about the Cheney and licking the stamps. So correct me if I'm wrong. So you believe that Cheney claimed the stamp story because they said that they announced that they are gonna collect the DNA off of the stamps, and then he knew that he already lied, so he has to cover up. So because he knows that they are not gonna find Lee Allen's DNA off of the stamps, so he has to make an excuse to that's the reason that you're not gonna find Lee Allen's stamp DNA, right? Is that correct? Is that what you think?
Maybe. I don't know. He started making up so much stuff over the years that seemed to contradict his earlier statements. It's hard to say.
Oh, no, but he came up with that story after they announced that they are going to collect the DNA, right?
If you say so. I'm not sure when he came forward with that initially. I don't
According to Bauer, that was the police that he said that. Okay. Now, I'm just saying that there has to be a reason that he came up with that story. You don't, like, right? So there are two reasons. First is that, as already mentioned, he knew that they are not going to find Lee Allen's DNA, so he has to make up a story. And the second is that he was scared that they are going to find his DNA. There's no other way. There has to be two reasons. These are the two reasons.
Even that would contradict what he said, though, because he said he wasn't in contact with Allen anymore, and so all these letters were sent after.
Exactly. That's exactly what I just wanted to mention. Now, because why do you think that he said the last day that I saw Lee Allen, he asked me to leak those stamps? Why do you think that is?
I think that it remains a mystery why Cheney lied about all this stuff. All we know is he was lying.
No. But the thing is, because he could have easily said that, okay, yeah, this guy, Lee Allen, he never licked the stamps. He didn't like it. I always saw kids, or I always saw his friends and everybody, even myself at some point, lick the stamps. But he specifically said the last day I saw him, he asked me to, he was just writing some letters, and he asked me to lick some of those stamps. And also the last thing that I did, that I left the fingerprint with that paraffin wax. All right, that was the last, and then I left. So to me, the reason that he's just saying it happened the last day that he saw him is because he already mentioned that after the January of '69, he never saw him again. Okay,
we just know that it's irrelevant because none of the letters had been written.
Yes, but that's the closest day that he could get to the killing, because he couldn't say, okay, at 66. I licked some of the. He could say that I licked some of the stamps at 66 or 67. He could say that, but he didn't. He said that the last day I did that. To me, that's a strange. He's trying to cover something, don't you think?
He's a strange man.
Okay, so that was the because, as I said, every week I come here and I'll talk to you specifically.
Sure.
I'll try to change your mind on Cheney maybe a bit, because again, out of all the suspects that we have, if you find somebody that about the watch, about the stock, he had military, he had, I don't know, he said licking the stamps, he lived around the area at some point. Even at 68 at the first killing, he was living 17 minutes to the Lake Herman Road. He was living at Concord at that point. Okay, and he already had some problems with his wife. They got separated, I think, in the 70s, but he got divorced at 80s. But I think he got separated from the wife at around 70s. Okay, so he already had some problems with the wife. So those travels, I think he could do it. Now, if you could give me a suspect that has everything that I just mentioned, they all say, okay, this suspect is as good as Cheney. Okay, that's exactly, because it has to be. Cheney has to be, because let me ask you one question about the Most Dangerous Game, the book. That's Alan. It was Alan's favorite book, right? Is it a fact? Do we know that?
Cheney said it. Alan didn't deny it.
Yeah, Alan didn't deny it. So because you all obviously read the reports, the police reports. In the reports, does it say that it was Lee Allen's favorite? I don't know that. I'm just asking you.
I don't recall whether he ever said it was his favorite book. It was, I believe that book was taught in school. Maybe an American can weigh in on that. I don't know.
Oh, so it's not a matter of fact that it was his favorite book or not, right?
How could it be? He may have said it was his favorite book. I think that's what Cheney said.
No, forget
I don't
Cheney.
know.
So I just want to know another source. Did he claim that? Did he say, yes, Cheney is correct, that was my favorite book? Because in the movie he actually says it, but of course in the movie we know that it might not be 100% accurate.
Right. I do not know whether it is documented that Allen said it was his favorite book. It's,
Okay, because
it's very possible.
Yeah, because what are the chances that somebody that lived around the area had a Zodiac watch, same symbol, same name, and then he was reading the his favorite book was The Most Dangerous Game, and he also had bloody knives. I don't know about the bloody knives.
No one does.
That's not actually a fact, right? He claimed, right?
The fact is that without being prompted, it appears, Allen authored that he had bloody knives that he had used on the weekend of the Lake Berryessa attack to kill chickens. But we didn't see the knives. No one claimed to have seen the knives.
Yeah, so just let's forget about the knives. I'm just saying about the watch and the misspelling, The Most Dangerous Game. He lived around the area. I'm just saying this is too much to ignore. And
I wouldn't say too much. It's a lot. It's a lot to ignore.
It's a lot.
And he remains on the radar of most researchers, I would think.
Yeah, these are the reasons that I'm just saying has to be Cheney, and you can never ignore Cheney and Allen. Because why would you?
You can't narrow this case down to it has to be this or that. That's we're just not there.
Okay, I'll try to get you there at some point. I'll talk to you every week. And again, thank you.
Are you threatening me? Is that a threat? I have to talk about Cheney every week.
I know that you live in Canada. I also live in Canada, so we have to.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, sometimes we have to. I live in BC.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Sure, I'm happy to continue these questions. They're questions that are popular in the community, and they're worth asking.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
See you, Cheryl.
Guys, I don't know if you can
Yes. So
I can hear
here
you, but
we
you're
are
very
without
you're very
Cheryl.
quiet. Jerome, do you have your
You're talking to me?
automatic? No, I'm
No.
talking. You don't see Jerome?
Mhm.
He's here. He's
Yeah,
frozen.
Jerome
Uh,
is here, kind of not.
I got
He's having a difficult night, I think.
I think you might want to go into your settings, audio, and then click automatically adjust microphone because you're a little quiet.
Mm.
everything. I've tried everything.
Hmm.
I've contacted StreamYard and to explain the situation. I will have an answer for tomorrow, but for now, I really don't know what's going on. It's not my internet connection. My internet connection is good. And I think it's a problem with StreamYard itself.
Sorry to hear that.
I think it's a problem with StreamYard itself.
You got the volume figured out. Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes,
Loud
very
and
good.
clear.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I have contact StreamYard. This is not my internet connection. It comes from them, from StreamYard. I don't know why. Maybe because there is a lot of people today in StreamYard or on StreamYard. I don't know. I will have an answer for tomorrow. I hope so.
But it's
because
very good right now. It's very good right now.
yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, great, great.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
I arrived after the discussion.
it's what we were waiting for the whole evening. I think it's really clear and flowing, and I think sound transmission is good. So looks
But the
great.
problem is that I'm come back after all what you said, and
Yeah,
Mm.
you missed Shake's entire thing.
yeah,
Zephyr
yeah,
as
yeah.
well.
Yeah.
Drew, can you just resume me what Shake was talking about?
Not sure I could.
It was, uh,
uh, Cheryl may or Altug may have a better read on it, but what we're doing is we're consolidating the genealogical links between
Yeah.
not only the victims' families, but also discussing the business operations in the
Mhm.
area and what effect that could have had not only on the community but on the individual himself.
Individual.
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know if
Yeah.
that's fair,
okay.
guys. That seems about right.
Yeah,
No, no.
that's very. He also touched on the Monticello Dam and the loss of
Mm.
possible connection to the loss of some land with the building of the dam to create Lake Berryessa.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You saved my life.
Yeah.
Ready?
It was very informative. Yeah, and he really knows it in and out. It looks like he studied everything possible. So it's really a pleasure to listen to him when he starts to list all these names and the connections. It's still difficult for me, to actually grasp the whole picture because there is so much information in it. But then what comes to daylight is a very interesting web of relationships. You see that victims are connected with each other through ancestry, basically. Fathers, grandparents seem to have been together. Some families knowing each other for decades, having business relations, having other types of relations. So, and maybe also connected to the system that produces interest in the area, monetary power, etc. And so, as Sheikh says, it could be an angle to look at, to maybe imagine someone who holds a grudge against this whole system and in particular identifies these families to target as targets, maybe their sons, their children, etc. So it is possible. I mean, maybe not plausible for everyone, but it could be. It is an area that could shed a bit of light or give different perspective for interpretation, and I also respect it because it's a lot of work to get all that information together. It's like writing a thesis or something, spending years to dig into who was who and what are their relations. And I think he has brought very interesting things to daylight. So I wish uh, that it would pay off in a way where we could really say, wow, okay, all that research led to identifying a very good suspect at least. Uh,
It has.
yeah,
The Shake isn't entirely prepared to unfold everything that he's read, but I can assure you that
yeah,
he has more.
Of course. Yeah. We see the tip of the iceberg, basically, when he speaks.
Yeah. Well, I mean, of course, it's careful that we all need to be careful before we bring up a suspect with insufficient evidence to say someone's likely guilty of serial murder.
Yeah.
But he's working on it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think he's also respectful. I don't think he would bring up a name, and because it's also difficult for the families that are related. I mean, when you look at how McDuffie's wife had to defend or answer, so it was not really nice, because even if it were true, I don't know, one has to be careful, because you have an impact on people's lives.
And it's unfortunate in the case of Morf's suspect, someone without his consent came forward.
Also, exactly. You don't have consent, and I don't know, addresses get revealed, and so many things. So I think if Shade arrives at something, he will do it in a proper and respectful way, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, so I think Jerome is lost again. I don't know how to continue, but maybe I have one question to Cheryl again. I don't know if I'll pronounce the name correctly, but I did a transcript of Lee Mellor's interview with Morf on his podcast about McDuff, and Lee Mellor has a profile, serial killer profile for the Zodiac. He talked about it there, and I think he wrote it down in his thesis first. And in some parts of that profile, he also says that he sees a schizotype character in the Zodiac. So did you have a chance to read to that transcript, and how do you interpret that?
I
can please
elaborate. Read different parts of it, because it is available online. So if anybody's interested in that, just put in Lee Mellor transformative expressive. Hold on.
He has an interesting.
Pages, so I haven't read the entire 365 pages. But actually, I think that he is onto something there. He does an analysis of several different serial killers, and I do think that is a really good. Essentially, it's very much going into what you were talking about, Altug, as far as the drama, and he's actually kind of coming up with a sense of self by essentially using the drama as a way to create a sense of self. So we're talking about somebody who really doesn't have a clear understanding of who they are as an individual. So if you're feeling if the perpetrator is feeling inadequate in some way, and you can see that in his writings, obviously, we see that he is creating this persona that is strong and smart, and in a way, it's playing out this kind of a drama in order to create this sense of self that he's lacking. And in a way, we all play roles in our lives, and one way or the other. I mean, even if you're functioning, I mean, you either function as a wife or as a mother, a sister. You present differently in different parts of your life. So we're talking, when we're looking at how he's seeing, how he's presenting this, is that essentially this is somebody who doesn't have a really good, strong sense of self. Either that or they're not comfortable with their own perception of themselves. And through the violence, through the acting out and the letters, you know, he's creating this sense of who he is. So, but I think is, you know, some good information. Lee is actually, I think his doctorate is in individual studies with criminology and sexuality. Is that correct?
Yeah. He's more focused on sexual offenders, actually.
Yeah.
But still, he included the Zodiac. Yeah. Please continue.
Yeah, but as far as like the schizotypal, you are going to be seeing, you know, some of that. Not a real clear sense of self. You know, because that is a personality disorder. There was a question that came up earlier from, I can't remember who, but it popped up on the screen, but we never got back to it. It was a question of antisocial personality disorder. Someone was wanting to know if there was any signs of that in Zodiac. I mean, with any of this, you would need to actually talk with him and diagnose him to be certain. Antisocial personality disorder is essentially there's no remorse, but you're going to be seeing that in any cluster B personality disorder. And when we're talking about personality disorders, once again, those are things that are going to be consistent throughout that individual's lifetime. This is not something you can actually have aspects of personality disorder. For example, you know, when we're talking about something that people would be familiar with would be narcissistic personality disorder. You can have aspects, you know, people can be narcissistic without having a narcissistic personality disorder. So when the DSM, there are usually a certain number of criteria that you need to meet to fit into any particular personality disorder. So obviously, if you're killing someone, he's not showing any kind of remorse, especially if he's writing letters about it and continuing to. Antisocial personality disorder, to kind of differentiate, I don't think that there's anything to really indicate that Zodiac has an actual antisocial personality disorder. That you're going to be seeing most criminals, like petty criminals that you see in the prison systems. Most of them will have antisocial personality disorders. You know, they'll go out and commit crimes and not feel any remorse for it, and essentially don't learn from their mistakes, and will continue to go out and continue to offend because they really don't have a good sense of, you know, they don't feel bad about it. It's just something they do to, you know, get along in life. So.
You know, I have this feeling like, okay, let's say you're a person who has no remorse, and so you don't actually care about the people that you killed and they died, etc. I feel that especially in his letters, and also, you know, his phone calls after the murders, that he kind of enjoys to point out this remorselessness in himself. So what does it tell you about his how does he see his own actions, you know, like, because it's like you don't show remorse and that's it, but when you brag about it when you tell people, see how remorseless I am. What does that tell us about this person?
Well, it shows that essentially that he feels justified in what he's doing. I really reading through those letters, for whatever reason, he feels justified in taking people's lives. The problem is that he doesn't really make it clear exactly why he feels that he's justified to do that. So, and obviously, I think that might be the key, is that that's going to tell, if he did tell people exactly why he feels justified in killing these people, no matter what, he's not justified in it. But if he would explain to people why he feels justified in taking people's lives, it would lead to
but it's also a bit about being annoying. I think it's like, I don't know, imagine you built a house of cards and you are very happy and proud with it, and then I suddenly come and destroy it, and you would say, what have you done? And I would just walk out. Okay, I don't care, remorseless. I don't even understand what I have destroyed there. But then instead of doing that, I would gleefully, turn to him. Nah, I did it. I destroyed your house of cards. And it feels a bit like that. So there is an interesting, yani, there is a lot of aggression there, actually. In the teasing, there is a lot of aggression also, but more than physically, it aims to destroy your belief in that what you have is a good thing, like, I disrespect it. This is silly. This is stupid. It's worthless. It's worthless. And I'm happy that I destroyed it. I'm proud that I destroyed it. So it's so aggressive, it tries to get under your skin, and I don't know. So I don't know if there is a term for that in.
well, are you? Schadenfreude.
Schadenfreude. Yes.
In Germany,
Yeah.
so in America, that's what we would term it as well, as Schadenfreude. I mean, there's just a glee, and
I feel that this Schadenfreude is very prominent, in whatever he does, and so I wonder a bit. I don't know. Would you associate that with, let's say, narcissism, or with something else, or is that something that could connect to a lot of, let's say, disorders? Would it help to narrow it something down, or would it mean more like, well, that can happen in almost everything, and it's not really so helpful to either?
Think about it, there's a little bit of that in everybody. I think that's something on different levels. You don't necessarily have to have a personality disorder for that to happen. I think that sometimes just by seeing somebody else's misfortune, unfortunately, sometimes feel better about their own lives, so but you will see that in things like narcissistic cluster B most of the time, narcissistic personality disorders.
Interesting.
You're not really going to see so much.
Mellor.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Mellor says that he's not an extrovert narcissist, but an introvert narcissist. So he would have feelings of superiority over others, but he would basically keep it to himself in social situations, which would not mean the feeling does not exist when he interacts with someone, but he would basically hide it and breed these fantasies when he's alone, or when he has a chance to speak anonymously, which is basically the case in his letters. I don't know if you agree with this, or how could that be further interpreted? So
Yeah,
I want to ask you that.
I mean, that I can see that. I mean, to me, it's very clear that he's not somebody who's going to be outwardly braggadocious. There's a certain level of covert narcissism in what he's doing. He's not going to be somebody who's going to be going out there and, obviously he wants to show the police that he's smarter than them, but he's not going to be somebody going out there and,
and yelling, yeah.
Police officer, or telling them, oh, I don't have to listen to you. Sometimes you'll see, that people will say, oh, I'll listen to you, and essentially picking a fight. So this is not somebody who's going to be out there picking a fight with a police officer. This is somebody who, in his own mind, thinks it's smarter than the police. So I would see, just as far as a personality, you would be seeing him being more of a loner, off to himself, quiet. It's very clear that that's the kind of personality. It's not going to be somebody who's out there rocking the boat every day.
How do you see the mechanism that triggers him into the act of killing? Maybe I can explain a bit more what I mean with that. So I think in one of Freud's books, he talks about a patient who came to him, and it was a woman who was vomiting involuntarily, especially when she came close with men. And so after some analysis, he found actually out that this was a way of the woman to deal with overwhelming attraction to a male. So by vomiting, it looks like she got sick and she gets herself out of the situation. But vomiting also refers to being pregnant. So it is, like a quasi sexual relation, but it's totally unconscious. And what Freud concludes from this is that at some point, the unconscious strikes exactly at a moment where it can no longer repress a feeling, but the feeling is transformed into, or it's deciphered into something else in the last moment. So this is, for example, a way how this kind of a psychological, let's say, mechanism works. And do you think that something similar like this maybe happens to the Zodiac, or do you think there is a more planned level? So what's your take on this? I'm just wondering.
My take on that is that when you're looking at any serial killer, but specifically in the case with the Zodiac, there is some level of planning. But my belief that there is some type of stress going on in his life. Now, whether that is surrounding the concept of sexuality is yet to be seen. But that if you think about, our own lives, when you have bills to pay, you've got problems with work, you've got problems with relationships that you have in your life. All of those different stressors that we have in our lives tend to compound and sometimes will exacerbate different issues that you might have had going throughout your life. And it's kind of interesting when you look at the crimes, because when you look at them, you know, even though he's targeting lovers' lanes, and they're mostly couples in the canonicals. There really isn't a strong sexual component to it, which is kind of interesting. And also letters that reference back to children. So, you know, in my mind, there really is like almost like a stress behind the whole concept of wanting that, but yet not wanting it, if that makes sense.
So
because
like when she suppresses it at the moment where it feels the most overwhelming to him, maybe, and he suppresses it by killing the example, something like that, maybe.
Right. So in other words, the act of killing is in a way a replacement of the sexual act.
Yeah, good point.
The Geraci attack is very similar because there's the whole idea of the three little maids from school. If he did see the three sunbathers over before that, and then found Brian and Cecilia, it really follows that entire play very clearly, as far as like him directing the lovemaking and things like that. And although when you have killings, usually there is a sexual component in a lot of serial killers. It's not quite as clear in the Zodiac, but at the same time, for it to have a sexual component psychologically, there doesn't have to be a sexual act that is So I think that when you look at that, it does bring up that question that you're bringing up is, okay, so if that was your goal, you attack these couples, but yet there's no signs of sexually assaulting either of the victims, because we don't know what his sexual proclivity is. But there's no sign of sexually attacking either of the victims. You're not even seeing any signs of where he may have broke them, or, you know, lifting. A lot of times you'll see in murder, sexually motivated murders, where you know, either you know, pants are pulled down, or you know, dresses are pulled up, or, you know, shirts are opened, and there really isn't any kind of sign of that. So that might be kind of indicative. Also in the letter where, you know, he's talking about, you know, killing is even better than getting your rocks off.
That's also something I thought about, because it's not that he's not aware of sexuality. He has moments where he sexualizes. For example, better than rocking off with a girl. I mean, it's a sexuation of the act of killing. So it's not like so, which makes me think, you know, that maybe the moment of, you know, pushing it away from yourself. I don't need your sex. It's maybe exactly the moment where he feels like he has it, he's got it, but it was proposed to him, or he could have had it, but no thanks. You know, so as if the refusal of the opportunity of sex is somehow the sexual act for him, you know. I mean, the equivalent. It's like it's like you had it, or you could have had it, which means you had it, I mean, in jumps in the mind, I mean, the associative notes. So that can quickly go in all directions, and you can really replace an idea with an act, and it's how we dream, and what dreams mean and all that. So it could simply have a deeply sexual meaning for him, which is unconscious to him. I mean, he may not even know that he's actually feeling like he had sex with someone. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, and you can see that in his progression from using a gun to using a knife. The knife is a phallic symbol. So, and then it's kind of interesting. There are logistic reasons, but that he may have gone back to using a gun at the Stein. But you would think in a more populated area, once you've used a knife, and you would think that a knife is a lot quieter than a gun. So. Interesting choice to go back to doing that. But that was also might have been what he had on hand at the time. But also it may have been he was not attracted to men. It may have been using that escalation of the act and using a phallic symbol like Berryessa.
Phallic symbol.
That might be why he may have. It's getting a little bit closer to the sexual act, and
yes.
From my understanding, he probably was observing Brian and Cecilia for quite a while. I don't know, Drew. Is that what the assumption is? Is that they were watching Brian? He was watching Brian and Cecilia for quite a while before that.
Not my assumption, but for some.
So I mean, it's quite possible that arousal that he may have experienced while he was watching that has been a little bit more stressful to him than he was expecting.
To suggest that he was watching them while they may have been in the act of intimacy on that day is a little tricky, because he couldn't have been watching them from the road. He would have had to endeavor quite a trek to get into that perspective. And Cecilia seemed to watch him from afar. So it's possible, but I don't make that assumption, and I don't believe that he was the lurker seen hours earlier at a nearby inlet. I would. I should get "if possible" on my forehead. I can just point up.
And to come back to the point you made, Cheryl, I think there is also a relationship between the act of execution and or let's say there is an erotic aspect to execution, love, death, and things like that. And maybe you will remember this movie about Marquis de Sade, where Quills, I think the film's name was Quills. It starts with a scene where someone really very erotically touches someone's neck, a woman's neck, and then it turns out it's a execution. The woman will be beheaded with the guillotine. But in the beginning, the executioner is actually preparing the woman for the execution. But it looks like a very intimate, a highly erotic scene, and then it turns suddenly into something like that. So a scene that really shows a bit closer how the idea of killing or death or execution can be connected to an erotic or sexual act. And I think some writers like, I think Camus, Albert Camus, he wrote a lot about the philosophy of Marquis de Sade in the context of, the Enlightenment, where the heads were rolling. So maybe this whole executional costume, even if it comes from the Mikado, it could also have some sort of sexual significance for him. Maybe even more, how do you call it? More excited, more presented in a more grandiose way, maybe. But again, for him, maybe not very conscious, more unconscious. But still, I think this is maybe how we can get a glimpse into his actual sexuality, maybe, and the way he perceives relations to others, or maybe how he compensates a lack in these kind of relations with a scenario that puts him into control of things, and the act of killing maybe becoming some sort of a substitute of also owning someone, because in the end it's about you do something to a body, and the act itself can have a literal meaning, like I'm killing these people, but it can also have a more metaphorical meaning, like I don't know, I'm stroking, I'm penetrating, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. But he might not be very aware of it. I don't know.
Yeah, well, everything that you're saying makes sense to me. I mean, when you look at the French, they call the La Petite Mort. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
But, essentially the idea is that when you're orgasming, you're having it's a little death each time. And when you think about it, fear and desire are two very strong impulses.
Related, yeah.
You have this push and pull, where you have that desire, but if you have that fear, which one's going to win? And this might be his way of solving that conflict. He's still going to have that desire to have it, even though he's afraid of the actual act. So, and especially when you look at like the age frame that we're looking at, it's estimated that he's somewhere in his 30s, I would imagine. Possibly early 40s, and to be getting to the point where back in those days, you may have even been having grandchildren at that point. And if he still hadn't consummated that, the whole idea of what point he should be at in his life, at that point, if he's in his early 40s, a lot of men are going through, midlife crisis at that point, and he hasn't even butted into his sexuality yet. So, I think all of those things are very good points. And I think that in some way that might account for the fact that you're not seeing that fear that he has might be accounting for the fact that even though these are Lover's Lane killings is what they're referred to, and it makes it kind of confusing then, there's no actual sexual assault of these victims, that they are, that there still is a sexual aspect to it, and that drive is there.
Okay,
So,
I'm back. I think I'm back.
Congratulations!
I've got a question for you both. Yay! I'm cursed. Ready? I'm cursed. I don't know why, but I'm cursed. Do you think that there is a possibility that the Zodiac was a transgender, or somebody in a process to want to change sex?
I think you go, Cheryl.
I mean, this is one of those cases, I mean, where it could be anything, but I don't see, I guess I don't see anything that would indicate that.
No.
I mean, there's nothing there that I see that would indicate that this person would be transgender. But
to Meller's thoughts, I mean, he could be a person with an identity crisis.
Right.
I think that's probably
simpler.
as far as we could go.
And do you think that there is 1% of chance that the Zodiac was a woman?
Well, we know he looked like a man to all of the witnesses, and he described himself as a man.
He looked like a man, but he's saying at the same time that he's disguised himself, and sometimes some woman could look like a man. Sometimes it happens.
It's possible, but I think that we need to kind of look at the time frame, though. The late '60s, where even though things were changing, you would think that if that is something that he wanted, longer hair was a lot more common. So if you were transgender, and I cannot see a woman getting a crew cut, I guess is what during that time frame, unless they were transgender, which I guess goes kind of to your point. Maybe.
Yeah. That's why I'm asking those questions. I'm asking myself, and
I mean, 5'8", 5'9", and a little bit of a belly, possibly. I mean, if he was, that might possibly. But I mean, it's from the descriptions, it sounds pretty clear that from what he was described as, he presented as male anyway.
And he identified as male.
Yeah.
And it's after Paul Stein, he declared in one of his letters, then he's disguised himself. Why do you think he need to tell the press and the cops and everybody then he looks like different when he doesn't do his thing, and when he do his things he looks like completely different, and he disguise himself to do what he has to do? What's the reason for that, do you think?
He was seen. He knows they have fingerprints. I think it was all a lie. I mean, I think the disguise was a lie, because, I mean, unless we're talking about makeup, unless a haircut, eyeglasses, there wasn't a lot of room for a disguise. And I think he was lying about the fingerprints because he was wiping both the interior and exterior of the cab. So I believe that Zodiac believed, and he was correct, that he was leaving prints behind.
To come back at the beginning, Cheryl, because we have started together, and after I have missed 2 hours. So to come back at the beginning, when we were talking about oh no, and no, I don't remember. No, that's not a problem. Go ahead, continue, because it will come back. It will come back.
Perhaps we should go through the chat for questions.
Yeah.
I think we've been trying to address them a little bit, but maybe there's something else there.
Ask Cheryl one question, please.
Also, guys, Guys, can I just say something?
Yeah.
It's almost 2:30 here now, and I have to get up tomorrow a bit early. So these will be my last 10 minutes. I will leave at 2:30 if that's okay.
I'll allow it.
In 10
Okay.
minutes, if I leave in 10
No
minutes.
problem.
Is that okay? Okay. Just to listen in to the questions and maybe answering if I have something to say. But I should leave at 2:30 because otherwise the mornings get really terrible, as you might
Indeed.
guess. Okay, so please continue.
Thank you, Altug.
I'm watching in chat if there is some question.
Okay, so I do see a question here. Cheryl, do you think there is a connection to the pink house? Other than the fact, I do think that there probably was some amount of surveillance, I think, from him, at least of the area, and an awareness that the police were there. I mean, it's the turnout is a half a mile from the pink house. So my question is that if you are a drug dealer, you're probably not going to want to draw the attention right to where you live, right? So I see if you have regular customers coming by, there's some kind of a signal, whether it's they know to honk the horn or flash their lights. You come by there coming from Vallejo, go another half a mile, go to the turnout. You walk out there, conduct your drug deal. And I think that kind of goes back to maybe Druzer's, point earlier was, who's going to be making love at December 20th out, on a cold night. Well, maybe they knew that wasn't necessarily going to be used for a lover's lane, but it would be attracting young kids who are going off on Christmas break and possibly using that turnout to buy drugs, and knowing that that's where they would be. They probably wouldn't be sticking around there very long because it is cold. But once again, if you're a kid and you don't have a place to do it, you're gonna take advantage of where you can. So I think that in a way it would be. It's more the fact that it was a draw of. It was just a draw for his potential victims. I don't think that it had anything to do with an actual drug deal, though, personally.
Yeah, neither do I. I mean, I certainly appreciate why they looked into the matter so seriously, but I can't really formulate a plausible narrative involving a drug deal. If David Faraday was an informant or something like that, I think they would have revealed it.
Yeah, I also think that it doesn't lead somewhere, basically.
Yes, on my understanding, Cheryl.
I think we've lost.
Poor guy. There's a lot of frustrations.
Freezing again?
Yes, a bit.
I'm cursed.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe I can scroll up and see if there's some other question.
Yeah.
I think Gorilla Train would like me to discuss Loringdale Hill and from my perspective, I think congratulations are in order, and that he has been cleared as a suspect, and that Melissa and Jeff can rest easier now. It seems he was in Texas when a confirmed Zodiac letter was sent in March of 1991. I'm not sure they see it that way. It would seem that that they do not. However, that's my take.
Yeah. I think it was quite positive that actually something came up which allows us to say that we can eliminate a suspect. I mean, that's what you normally want to do in law enforcement as well, you know, like, so in order not to waste resources and time on something.
It's tricky because only police can clear people. We just do our best to navigate the plausibilities. So I mean, probably no one on this panel could clear their parents of the crime. All we can say is they weren't in the area, and that seems to be about the equivalent.
Yes, legally or in law enforcement, because we don't have that. What do you call it?
Forensic evidence, documentation of whereabouts.
It's not in our jurisdiction, basically, even if it's our family.
There's very few people that we can clear.
We can't rule in our own. It's not our own jurisdiction, so we can't rule anyone in or out. Yeah. Someone asks, I think Finding DP Cooper says, can you see Zodiac being a window peeper as a boy and never growing out of it? This is a bit a question related to how do you envision diseased childhood, or in terms of continuation of the crime element. Do you see a peeping Tom behavior? Do you think it could be? It could have been.
If there was a strong fear of it, I don't see that. Usually you do see peeping Tom type of behavior and an escalation from that in sexual offenders. I mean, you do see early on indications of that, where it's more of an intrusion on someone's personal space, either by voyeurism or breaking and entering and just being in the home, and then an escalation to sexual offending. If this was a situation where Altug was talking about where there is a conflict because he was actually afraid of it from early childhood, I can't see seeking that out.
Yeah, and I think probably as a category, it would probably more be in the category of perversion or pervert, basically, and I think psychoanalytically you would also put such a person in the category of the pervert, which doesn't mean people are only in one category or boxed into it, but it's probably already a different area of behavior, let's say, and probably the complexion behind it is a bit more different. Whereas, although it's not exactly the same, whereas I could imagine him having this, having this kind of behavior where he basically spoils the fun of maybe elderly couples that make out somewhere, watching them throwing stones at them, basically not letting have them their fun. So that could be maybe some sort of making noises, you know, basically doing something to spoil their moments, to kill their intimacy, so to say. Maybe that I would not be surprised to hear that kind of behavior, but watching the sexual act in itself, I think, is probably not the thing for him. But because I think in, you know, in the murders that he commits, there is some sort of how do you call it? You know, catching people in flagranti, in the act, but then, you know, the whole pleasure maybe comes from to interrupt the process of intimacy. So it's like how do they call it, coitus interruptus or something. Yeah, so that's basically the thing that somehow maybe turns him on, you know, like these old people who complain about youngsters kissing in the screens and behave, and you know, he's not really that kind of a type maybe, but there is some pleasure in stopping the act, I think, or in spoiling it, in turning it into into something really bad, you know. You expect some relief, discharge, whatever, you know, kisses, blah blah, and then a guy comes and basically kills you, and that's so stark in contrast. It's almost like these teen slasher movies where two guys make out in the barn and then the killer comes and it's really crazy, I think.
But in
But
the same time, it didn't happen for Paul Stein. Paul Stein was a
yeah, it's different. But, yeah, but I put Paul Stein murder always somewhere else in my interpretation of the whole canonical murders. It's that's a murder that really wants to change the whole direction of how he is perceived, etc. It's part of the canonicals, okay, but it's not at all a canonical crime. I mean, it's so different that if he wouldn't send the piece of shirt, it maybe would have not been even labeled as a Zodiac crime, because come on, yeah, it's
Never.
the MO motive, nothing matches. So I think he was so much aware of that he actually therefore chose to send the shirt, so that the police can't fail to connect him to that. But that murder was to set the whole thing on a new track, in my opinion. Yeah. So therefore, it's different. But in the first three one, you have really this same MO, same motive, and so much works together. And there, I see that there is somehow this pleasure to kill someone in the sexual act, to spoil it for them, to destroy whatever they have there, proximity, closeness, love, lust, whatever. But it's about to spoil it. So I see that a bit, not so much the voyeur, but the guy who basically grabs it and throws it to the ground. You know, like he's just breaking it. This is bullshit. So whatever. Yeah. And so I think I would look into behavior that spoils. I don't know. Maybe you have a sister. She brings her boyfriend at home, and you hang around. You don't leave them alone. You know, these kind of really being a pain in the ass. You know. While other people are trying to have some fun time. I can see that a bit. Let me see if there's another question.
Yeah, the little kid at the beach who kicks over the sandcastle. Yeah.
Yeah.
He never spoke of any of these things. If they did speak to his motive, he never mentioned it. And
No.
he never caught anyone in the act. But could he have? I don't know how he could have.
No. Yeah, or maybe just this idea that they're making out. I hate it. Yeah, something like that. It could be even. So yeah. So
this is
it's not
something
like
that a lot of people have thought about. For me, in his first letters, he says he's targeting lone people at night, lone people and couples. So he really seems to be trying to get across the idea that they are random, and he's not attacking authority. He's wasting authority's resources. He's attacking the community. He's threatening the community. Their children, their cab drivers. So if he did want some kind of sex-based motive to emerge, he did nothing to fuel those theories. He didn't speak of it in all of his letters.
Well, and too, I kind of want to touch on, the thing is that, sometimes you see some different people who come up with different POIs is that, just being a weird person. I mean, I'm sorry, but I only like weird people because you're usually the most authentic people. If you're not exactly, I'm a weird person.
You're in the right place.
Yeah, I mean, if being wait a minute, Ned Dehan, what was his saying at the beginning of his show?
Being weird is not a crime.
Being weird is not a crime. So
being weird is not a crime.
Yo.
In a way, I mean, just because someone isn't like everybody else doesn't mean that we can automatically put them in the box of, just because he's weird, he's weird. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's a nail in the coffin. Because I mean, there are plenty of people. I mean, right? You see Ted Bundy and all of these other who are psychopaths, and that's part of the reason why they're so good at it. Is that if you're psychopathic, I mean, they're the most charming people in the sexual offender cottage that I worked at. They're the most charming. They're so good at becoming you that you feel like you've known them forever, and you would never think it. And that's the whole idea, is that they want to, lure you in, because if you were, if they were a monster or weird, people run away from that. So, I just wanted to point that out as just because somebody, we're looking at the community. I think that kind of came up with that was my feeling on Macduff, was that, I actually thought that Morf's whole way of finding that POI, it took a different angle, and I really did appreciate all the work that he did in finding that. But one of the things that did kind of worry me was one of the things that he brought up to kind of support it was that he was kind of a late bloomer as far as his work and his education and dating, and it's like, okay, well, how many people does that include? So he has 60,000 people in Vallejo at that time, half of them men. So how many people, if we went and just looked at all the weird people in Vallejo who are men in that time frame, I just don't feel like that's something that would necessarily mean that they're Zodiac.
Well, it's like we were talking with Sefer earlier, is that there's so many unknowns in the case. And if you want to build a theory, you have to lay yourself a foundation. And Morf's foundation for that was that the killer was not in a car when he made the the call after the Blue Rock Springs attack. It could be true, but if it's not, then living close to the phone booth isn't particularly interesting. Of course, there was Arthur Lee Allen also lived near the phone booth. One thing that would be interesting is if the killer was on foot when he made the phone call. It is not a particularly residential area.
Right.
So I don't know.
I remember my question.
So
In the beginning, it was for Cheryl. On my understanding, you have contact Napa and Solano Police Department.
No, you may have seen. I did post the resources in there as far, on the Discord as far as the emails and the telephone numbers for Solano and Napa libraries.
Yeah, Solano and Napa.
I have contacted both of them for different information, and if you can either send an email there or or your best bet, truthfully, is just calling. If you have very specific information, the information that I was looking for was specifically on crime data from the 1960s. I mean, I use Murder Accountability Project for a lot of the data that I get for more current cases, but it obviously doesn't go back that far. But the resource desk there was actually very helpful in finding some of that information. So, people on Discord were really looking at, what other areas can we look at? We've exhausted all of our other things. That is one area that my mom was a high school librarian, so I can tell you they're probably some of the best detectives out there. So you give them a piece of information. The more specific you can be, the better. And there's a lot of resources that we have right there at the library. You don't have to be a member of the library in order to get some of that specific information.
Nice.
We were able to scan it and email it to me, and or some stuff was able to be just told to me over the phone. But yeah, librarians are very helpful. So
yeah, it could be really helpful in your investigation when you need to find some stuff and you are looking for different things, and you can have access to Napa, Solano.
And you can also look who borrowed the Mikado from the library. If they have records of the 1960s, I doubt they have, but that would be cool, because I have this strange habit when I go to a library, I always check who's borrowed that book before.
Yep.
Maybe I see a friend or something.
Librarians really like to keep their information, so I know that my mom.
Sorry?
I said librarians love to keep that information though. So long after they were computerized, like she always liked to have that. It took her to get rid of the card catalog because so you never know. You never know what kind of things they might have there.
Yeah.
Which is
so
cool.
Maybe we could find something like that, because I think they probably have a copy of the Mikado.
Probably.
They had one in Vallejo, I think. Yeah, it's likely, I would say. So I see a last question, and then I will leave because I have already spent more than 10 minutes. I was supposed to go at 2:30. So the Cooper asks, I think a question that you addressed last week already, but he asks whether you believe the Zodiac spent time in a mental institution, and I think your answer was yes, that it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, up until 2 weeks ago, or at that point, it's 3 weeks ago now, with Shape, bringing some of that information.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, that actually it makes a lot of sense for the time gap in between.
I remember how you told us about how the medication he takes would change him physically, etc. So I think you even built a case towards that. So
Right.
the answer was not only yes, but I think you said it's definitely a path for investigation to look into people that have this kind of a background.
Right. I think that a lot of the ties back to Napa specifically, but also to Letterman Hospital, possibly. Possibly even. I mean, there's no way to go back to see the records of who was seeking treatment there, but I would imagine, considering the animosity that he had towards police departments, that there may have been some type of a psychiatric break that caused. So as far as police blotters, that I think is where I'm looking at right now more, because I mean, there's plenty of information on different murders that are happening or sexual assaults, but people really haven't gotten down to the point of looking at more of like psychological disturbances or possible attempted suicides. And I think that around that time frame of December of '68, I can see that happening. But once again, I'm not somebody who is terribly tied to any particular theory at this point, because like I said 3 weeks ago, I had a completely different idea of what was going on. So,
but that's the attitude we need to have, I think. I change my mind about stuff all the time.
No, I think it's a very logical sounding perspective, to me at least, because I'm also a bit maybe more interested into the psychological side, let's say, not as an expert, of course, but I see a likeliness in that, and it's I think it's a smart way to look at it, because there is a potential there to identify someone, especially if we would have chances to look in the records or in the types of fantasies that showed up in time, which probably the doctor or whoever was the person dealing with him would probably note these down also as basic elements of what he suffers from, so that would be a place where we could actually really find maybe even certain phrases that pop up in the letters, etc., etc. It could be very interesting if we had a chance to look into that kind of material, but it's a bit difficult to reach it.
One thing I do want to mention is that because we have people from all over the world, and things might be different in different parts of the world, but in the United States, if he did seek mental health treatment, and he did, they are required to report it if they are a threat to themselves or others. So say that they found out that he did confess to a doctor or a nurse or somebody in the institution, they are required to
report it
if someone is in danger.
Cool. Another thing that came in my mind now was, I think in a lot of psychiatric magazines or journals, they would publish case studies, keeping the names anonymously or having some, monographies on. So maybe it could be interesting to look into some psychiatric journals of, the 60s and 70s and see if any of these psychiatrists actually wrote about cases of certain patients that would somehow resemble parts of what we think is the zodiac, So maybe that could be a way to get access to it, but that would be dependent on luck. Someone really finds one of his cases very interesting, also academically, and then writing about in a journal, and it's peer reviewed and it needs to be accepted and then published, etc. So the likeliness would be low, but I think it could be interesting still to do a study on that, on I don't know, maybe time frame from somewhere like maybe between 65 and 75, 10 years of, I don't know. There are probably a lot of journals also, I think.
Well, and actually that is a good idea, because that time frame they were doing, Berkeley has a really great psychology program, and during that time frame they were doing a lot of psychological testing, developing new drugs to be used in that. A lot of, like I think I mentioned before about the program where they used LSD in therapy.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of that was happening. I mean, that was a time frame.
If I would have access, I would give it a shot, but unfortunately, maybe one could access these kind of magazines through a university or something. I can access certain journals because I work at the university here, so I can access some journal databases, but I think those in the 60s, they are probably somewhere at the JSTOR or whatever, so you probably need another type of subscription to look into these. But if I would have resources to do it, I would probably spend some time on that. Could be interesting. Yes, and I'm looking now if there's another. Yeah, please, Druzer.
I must feed my small cats. This is it's been lovely as always. The cats, they must be fed.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I also, very sorry, I also need to go, so it will be like
no, don't worry. Thank you very much to all of you. Today it was a
Druzer, let's leave hand in hand, Druzer. Oh.
All right, take care, everyone. Thanks, Jerome. I'll see you all next week.
See you guys. Thanks a lot. That was a pleasure to be here. Jerome, thanks. Cheryl, thank you very much for your comments and answers. I see you guys next week then. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Altug. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.
It doesn't throw me out.
There we go.
So, Cheryl, thank you. Wow, 1 million times for everything. because I was already in a deep shit today. I think it comes from directly from StreamYard, and I don't know why. I don't know why exactly what's going on, but I was unable to reconnect myself. I have tried on different way to reconnect myself to StreamYard, but didn't work. So you have saved my life.
Well, that's okay. You'll get it figured out. So I think that
Yeah,
everybody in this day and age understands technical issues. So you'll get it
I
worked out.
know. I know, but it's really sad because I was thinking to talking to you about a lot of things today, and I had a lot of questions, like I told you, but when I will have a better connection and I will be sure that I can stay online and don't quite all 5 minutes, we will have a really good discussion because I see that you are really passionate and you you are really clever, and it's really a pleasure to talking to you. Really,
It's been great talking to you as well. And don't worry about it. You know, you'll get your StreamYard taken care of, and we'll do this another time. So don't worry
I
about it.
know. I always said that's you, the 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 stars. You are the stars. I'm just the host, and you are the stars. Everybody in the chat is the stars. Me, I'm just the host. And today I was not a really good host. I'm sorry, technical issues.
No,
Uh,
you're always a great host. You're always a great host. So
oh,
don't worry about that.
well, thank you.
I think everybody has really been enjoying the panels that you've been having, and I love hearing all the different perspectives, and because even though you read the the different Tappa Talk and the Discord servers, I think really being able to hear somebody talk out their thoughts on the case is very helpful. So
Yeah,
I really enjoy.
always. Yeah, and me too. By my personal perspective, I really like this round table because everybody can share what he thinks, what he wants, what he feels about this case, and talking together without fighting each other, which is good because there is all the time a lot of drama, a lot of ego, too much ego in this kind of case because everybody wants, not everybody, but a lot of people want to uh, be the one who will find the Zodiac, but it's not the point. We are not here for that. We are here to try to, yeah, to talk, to debate, to see your perspective, my perspective, what we can see in this crime, what we can say about that, and you see what I mean.
Mhm.
It's really interesting, and and Ross is here now. Say, just pick it up. Yeah, Ross, you arrived at a good moment, man. It's I have freezing for approximately 4 hours. So I was freezing for 4 hours, and Cheryl, um, Check, Altug, and Druzer, and Sherrill for sure. It saved me, and they've saved the situation because I was not able to do anything. I was not able to connect myself. Technical issues. It happens, but it's frustrating. I need to admit that it's frustrating because I, I was trying to find out the solution, and no way. But yeah, this week I hope I will not have again this kind of problem, but I will try to recontact StreamYard tomorrow. This week I will have a special Q&A about JFK, the assassination of JFK, because I would like to do a series of video, but I don't know where to start. So because it's really vast, the subject is it's huge. I'm on it since 30 years. So I'm 45, and I was really interested in this story, in the assassination of JFK when I was 15, and I'm 45, and I'm still interested, and I have read a lot. I have, yeah, I want to know the truth. And so I would like to do a series of video about JFK, but like it's so huge, I don't know where to start. So I'm going to do on Friday a Q&A section, a Q&A show, and asking people what they are interested in this case first, and try to answer the question that I will have in the chat. And I don't know if you are familiar with the JFK assassination.
Yeah, I'm an American,
Yeah?
so yeah. Yeah, actually, it's one of the greatest unsolved murders in United States history. So, because
Can I just have your thoughts?
I'm sorry.
Can I have just your thoughts about
Uh,
the assassination?
well, it's vast,
Yeah,
but when you're reading the Warren report, there's a lot of really interesting testimonies in there. You know, if you just the Jean de Mohrenschildt,
yeah,
all the synchronicities, you know, there's coincidences and there's coincidences. So
yeah,
the fact that Jean de Mohrenschildt actually was a designer for Zapruder, yeah.
yeah,
When you start really reading through that, it's like, okay, yeah. And so these two rich people in Dallas are befriending, you know, white Russians who are befriending
yeah.
communists from Russia. Okay.
And
The
about Ruth Payne and Michael Payne.
Oh yeah, well yeah, the Fords and you know, okay, yeah, you're acting like, yeah, I'm just a little housewife, and yeah, you're part of one of the richest families in the country,
Yeah,
and yeah, your husband's mother was a lover of Dulles, and it's like, okay,
yeah,
it is interesting. You know, the real question is what really was going on there. You know, it. I mean, I guess it kind of goes back. It's one of the reasons why Zodiac is so interesting, because it doesn't nothing really falls directly into a box.
true.
You know, there and the connections there, once again, going back to the CIA and Austin, and the connections to Lyndon B. Johnson. And I'm not sure if you've seen like the connection between his sister Josepha.
Yep.
It I don't know. It's just so vast and complex. I mean, you could be
Yeah.
on for years and
Yeah,
not
yeah,
touch.
yeah. That's why I would like to do this Q&A show to see what people want, what the audience want to know first. So I will try to start a video maybe with you if you are interested to coming on and talking about JFK and certain aspect of the case. You are really welcome, Cheryl, if you have the time.
Okay, thank you. When just let me know a little bit ahead of time so I can make sure that I'm prepared, because I tell you, that's one case where you really do need to do your homework before you come on and talk about
Yeah.
it. It's there is so many different connections that it's hard to keep keep all of that information in your head. So
Yeah, that's true. This is so huge, and when you think you have understand something in this case, this means that you don't have understand anything. It's crazy. Ruth Payne's sister was CIA. Michael Payne was a little bit CIA, but he was working for Bell Helicopter. And yeah, all those connections are tricky, and in the same times, I don't know if it's really important, because I don't really think that Oswald was directly involved in the crime. I think he knew what was going on. I think he had tried to say to the FBI that there was a plot, and I think that's why he was chosen to be the patsy. And I think there is a lot of stuff with Captain Westbrook and Roscoe Wright in the murder of Didi Tippett and the two Oswald. I don't know if you have already heard about the two Oswald theory, but this is
about
this,
who?
about the two Oswald theory, Lee Oswald and Harvey Oswald.
Yeah,
Because,
as far as it, them being from Eastern Europe and then being adopted
yep.
and then raised. Yeah, I've heard that. I'm not so certain. That's
no,
really
me neither. But
that's an interesting theory, but it's. I mean, that had to have a lot of planning to it. I don't know if there was that much planning into it, but it is a kind of interesting, to look at. The
yeah, the connection with the mob, the connection, yeah.
Well, and I don't know if you are aware of it, that like the one thing that I always kind of thought was kind of interesting was that Ruth Payne brought Oswald right before he was marched out when they were transporting him. She brought him 2 different sweaters, and she said it was for Marina, but Marina didn't send it, and it's like a white and a black. Like, it's like, okay, what? Did he make a choice, when he had decided whether to put the white sweater on or the black sweater on? I don't know. It's, did he sacrifice himself for a greater purpose? I don't know.
No, I don't know either.
It's just there's so much that is it's a lot of coincidences.
Oh yeah, for short period of time.
That Warren report has a lot of, and the strange thing is that a lot of it's not even really. When you read the Warren report, I think there's a reason why they made it so long and with all of those interviews in it, because it would take you forever to read through all of them. That I think they were assuming it's going to get lost in there, and it's like right there in black and white. Some of these interviews, it really is kind of interesting.
Yeah, plus the interview then didn't allowed to put in the Warren report, and was after report by Mark Lane in his first movie, Rush from Judgment, in 1967, I think. And after, a lot of, there was too much with JFK. My God, there is really too much. Hi, Charlie. Hi, Fire Pixie. Hi, Eduard. Hello, everybody.
Why am I enslaved, Michael?
You see, guy, if you just arrive, Cheryl and all the guy saved my ass today, because I have a lot of technical issues. I was not able to connect myself to StreamYard, and it was really frustrating to miss those conversations, because on my understanding, everything what Cheryl, Etsy, and Sheikh, Etsy, and Altug, and Druzer was talking about was really interesting, and I've missed that, and I'm pissed off, but I'm going to rewatch for the first time because I never rewatch my show, but I'm going to rewatch my show because I was not there. So that's something I can do like this. I'm going to see what you were talking about. Diane. Hi, Diane. I hope you
Thanks,
are.
Tina.
Yeah, that's true. Cheryl is a rock star and she likes sweet people. So
Yeah,
she's
they're the best.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think so. So we are the same. I think the weird people are the best because,
You're genuine.
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But thank you very much, Cheryl, for your time and for your knowledge, for everything. I hope I hope to see you on next Monday.
That I might not be able to make it next Monday, but I'll let you know. I'll let you know. Okay. Oh no, you froze. Okay, I guess this is the end of the broadcast because apparently I'm the only one left. So either that or I could start my own.
Okay.
I was going to say I could start my own broadcast using Jerome's channel. Yeah, I'm host again, Michael. So who do we have? We only have Ed and Michael left. So okay. Well, I tell you what, guys, it has been great.
I'm freezing.
Yeah, you're freezing. You're freezing. So I am going to say thank you from Jerome and myself. We will see you next Monday for the next panel. I'm not sure if I will be here, but hopefully Jerome will be. And we will look forward to seeing you all. Thank you all, everybody in the chat, and thank you all of the panelists. Sheikh, that was an amazing presentation. I can't imagine the kind of work you did. Thank you, Druzer, for all of your input, Zephyr, Altug, and we will see you next week. Thanks, everybody. Bye.